I can see we have a quorum, so welcome to our council meeting for the 6th of September. So can we please stand for the opening karakia? Whakatakateho te uru, whakatakateho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, ihi aki ana te atakura, he tio, I huka, I hohu, te he Māori ora. Kia ora. And this morning we've got two recognitions to recognise, if you like. So I'll start off with the first one, and this is acknowledging the swim education team at council. The swim education team are the first in New Zealand, in Aotearoa, to achieve accreditation as Water Skills for Life provider for their Swim Safe program. Water Skills for Life is a national water safety education program, and we know we really need those. It's supported by Water Safety New Zealand and ACC. It was developed for children in years 1 to 8 to learn water safety while at school. Accreditation was awarded by Water Safety New Zealand in August as a visible symbol of our council's commitment to water survival education through our Swim Safe program. So this accreditation recognises and supports organisations with well-designed and well-run water-based programs with an emphasis on water survival and engagement. So a lot of work has gone into getting accreditation, and I'd like to congratulate sincerely everyone who's been involved. Our swim education team delivers the Water Skills for Life programs to 72 schools in Canterbury, and by doing so, they're making a huge contribution to water safety in our region. And staff here today, we've got Tina De Boer, Brett Stocks, Sam Bell, Andrea Piper and Leanne Stocks. So well done, Tina and the team, if you'd like to come up for a pick.
You know you haven't got the award yet.
No,
It's in the post.
well, there's a conference this weekend, so I think it might be at the conference.
Oh, right.
Can I have the one that's short?
Pauline just crouched down a little bit more.
Okay. All right, and so the second one we have this morning
The hat trick.
is for the Smart Christchurch team. I think they were here recently too.
I think this might be the third time actually.
We better start counting, hadn't we? And they were awarded the Sustainability Through Technology Prize at the 2023 Chief Information Officer Awards. The award honours the achievements of organisations that have successfully planned and executed sustainability initiatives using technology. The Smart Christchurch was awarded for its initiatives including real-time water quality monitoring, earthquake sensing, rubbish bin contents sensing, and the early fire detection work network, to name just a few. So congratulations to Michael Healy, Grace De Leon and the team, and we have Harry, Lana and Leanne here as well. So congratulations all three. The award is here.
Grace definitely standing next to me.
Can we do this again? I'll go this way.
Brilliant.
Make sure it's strong.
It's lovely to celebrate. So
It's fantastic, and we do need to keep celebrating our successes here at council. We've got a great team, and led by a great chief executive.
Thank you.
And you know, it's really, really important that we do keep the positives up there for everyone to see what we're doing, especially our sustainability team. Really important. Righty-ho, so apologies. We have apologies from the Mayor for lateness and Councillor MacDonald for lateness.
Who is here?
We'll retract that apology from Councillor MacDonald. Do I have a mover for that apology? So Kelly, seconded by Mark. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. And we've got Tyler on Zoom. Welcome, Tyler. So I'd just like to move the supplementary reports, please. Item 31, 32 and 33. Do I have a seconder? Tim, Councillor Scandrett. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Aye, opposed, that's carried. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Just be vigilant, and if there are, Councillor Johansson.
On the notice of motion around the cycleway, I'll just stand back from that. Thank you.
Okay, can we note that, please? Thank you.
Mic on, please.
On the number 6, the report, I'm on the Otakara Avon River Corridor Co-Governance team. Not sure whether...
That's minutes. I think you'll be okay.
That's okay? Okay.
Yeah, but thank you.
With it.
All right, so we're moving right along to our public forum this morning. I'd like to welcome the Eco Action Nursery Trust, and we have Kate Rivers to speak to us. We're going to speak about the progress that they've made planting native forest in the red zone. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming in.
Righty, I'll start us off. Hi there, I'm Ben Donaldson from Christ College.
Lovely.
And on behalf of Eco Action Nursery, we'd just like to thank you, Christchurch City Council, for helping us so we can support our community.
Awesome, kia ora. I'm Jess, I go to Rangiruru. Sorry. So students from 26 schools and 2 community groups pot on and then plant out eco-sourced native trees into the red zone. In 2023, the Trust organised 25,000 natives to be planted by students and their families.
Good morning, I'm Silas Freeman from Shirley Boys High School. Eco Action arranges land to plant on from Christchurch City Council parks at Kiwitu and Atlanta Street, and if you can see in the picture, that's students in the community collaborating to plant and maintain the site.
Hello, I'm Eliza. I'm from Rangiruru Girls School. Successful history of planting the Kiwitu Adventure Native Trail. Successes, we've had ribbonwood that have grown to 3.5 metres tall, the coprosma are fruiting, flax are flowering, and the bird habitat's returning.
Hello guys, I'm Ethan Baker from Shirley Boys. Regarding the native plants that we have grown in our schools, in 2022 we planted 18,000 trees. This year in 2023 we have planted 30,000, and it is projected that next year in 2024 we will plant as of 64,000 plants.
Hi, I'm Gemma from St Margaret's College. The sponsors involved in this project include CLS Canterbury Landscapes, CCC, Department of Corrections, EnviroWaste, Isaacs Construction, Shirley Boys High School, Christ College, Rangiruru and St Margaret's College, New Brighton Volunteer Fire Brigade and school partners, where there is a list on the left side of the slide.
Hi, I'm Bella from St Margaret's, and this is our financial summary. So, what value does Eco Action provide? Grant funding support is leveraged by tenfold by in-kind support from volunteers. Students and planners like myself report increased feelings of worth and well-being from being involved.
Hi, I'm Rory. I'm from Christchurch Girls High School. What does the Eco Action program provide to our youth and community? Gaining practical horticultural skills, building community involvement and building participation, building a sense of place and improving amenity and wildlife habitat, improving our quality of life in Ōtautahi Christchurch, tackling the climate emergency through plant sequestering greenhouse gases, improving personal mental health and improving well-being.
So, thank you very much for listening to our presentation. My name is David Newton. I'm a teacher at Shirley Boys, but also the chair of Eco Action Nursery Trust. If you had any questions for the students, trying to garner their impressions of what they get out of our nursery trust, that'd be fantastic. That is the end of our presentations.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from some of you what you get out of the of your participation, because I think it's absolutely amazing. Eco action instead of just talk, that's incredible. So I'd love to hear from one or two of you.
Yeah, so for me, one of the main things, I've been doing this for 3 years, and it's going back to the sites that we planted out 3 years ago and seeing all of the growth and just seeing all of the change. It really, I feel like it boosts my kind of want and need to be sustainable and make changes around me.
Yeah, I'd say definitely seeing what you've done when you go out there is pretty impressive. And also the sense of community that's out there, all the people you meet and just the chats you have while planting the tree and everything like that. It's pretty great.
Obviously, it's you guys are going to be future leaders as you kind of plan your careers. How is this going to affect those careers that you're looking at? I'm just, so you guys obviously have far more knowledge than we did when we were younger, and so.
I think that's a great question. I think for me, this has really affected my career choices in terms of the careers that are going to be prominent in the future. Obviously being affected by climate change and being affected by environment issues. And I think for me, my career choices have definitely been swaying more towards environmental action and environmental policies and things like that, because I've grown a great passion through doing eco action for the environment. So it's definitely, build the future.
Luckily, we have very good value trees, and some of the ground is not particularly well suited for trees, and so the survival rate is variable from 95% on good ground to people's driveway where it's almost impossible to grow anything. So it all depends on what you strike when you plant a tree, and we just don't know until we get the blocks that we get. It is the red zone. Oh,
sorry, is the microphone working?
No, it's not. Sorry, Tyler. It's really encouraging to see that some of them are already reaching 3.5 metres, and that's into the canopy area now, and that's what we really need in Aotearoa. So I just want to congratulate you all on the fantastic job that you're doing and getting out there and doing something tangible. And as you say, you're also reaping the reward for that. So you're doing something for the whole city, but as well as for yourself. So thank you for everything that you're doing. And thank you for coming in and updating us. Awesome. Oh, that's brilliant.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to welcome Robina Dobby. Robina is going to talk about the climate from a meteorological observer. This will be interesting. Welcome, Robbie.
Hello. Right. Good morning, everyone. All right. First of all, climate. Climate is the average long-term pattern of weather in a particular area. When it comes to Christchurch, I think I'm qualified to speak on this. I was a meteorological observer from back in the 70s. I retrained in meteorology when I was in air traffic control. I'm an early adopter of technology and a data analyst and researcher, and I've also vast experience in business. When it comes to climate change, the global warming sort of made me question a few things. And then one day I was walking down the beach and I looked up at the clouds and I thought those clouds are unnatural. The position that they were in the sky, the type of cloud just didn't match. So I decided that I was going to research what was actually going on with climate change. I've put together my own set of data from results from NIWA, and I actually went into NIWA and talked to them about their sunshine recordings and got their data from 2019 and had a look at it. It's funny because a few days after I did that, they removed the sunshine readings off all the Met Service websites. That's for the history side of things, for the data. Then one of the big things I want to point out to you is the facts versus modelling. There's real-time data sets that have been put together on satellites, from satellites and weather balloons. This is real data. They haven't been used by the IPCC. This is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. What the Intergovernmental Panel have decided to do was to use computers and create modelling. Modelling is based on assumptions. Assumptions can be wrong, and it only takes one assumption for the whole modelling to be incorrect. And you can see in the data in that graph up there, the red line's the modelling, the blue and the green are the actuals, showing that there's a lot higher readings going on in the modelling. Along with that, one of the IPC scientists pointed out that there's media bias going on. This is one of the guys who is for climate change. He pointed out that the media were dramatising the extremes that they had. There's NIWA data that's missing, and the IPCC is based on flawed data. How I know this is I found this research when I was researching a PhD done by John McLean in 2018, and he found that this was the first ever audit that was done on what they call the HADCRUT4 data. Does anybody know, has anybody heard of the HADCRUT4 data? This is the base data for the climate change predictions that have been done. This data cannot be trusted, and yet it's being used to justify demands for trillions of dollars to be spent combating climate change. This is globally, and it's the basis for the Paris Climate Accord. McLean put it down that there's 53 people in behind this whole IPCC data modelling that's been going on. And I'll read a quote here. Little known to the public is the fact that most of the scientists involved with the IPCC do not agree that global warming is occurring. Its findings have been consistently misrepresented and or publicised with each succeeding report. This document here shows 1,500 people, scientists, who have signed saying that this isn't happening, that it's not a climate emergency. Sure, there's climate changing going on, got no doubts about that. One quote I'd like to also make to you is one from the IPCC official Otmar Edenhofer, speaking in November 2010. He advised that one has to free oneself from the illusion that international climate policy is environmental policy. Instead, climate change policy is about how we redistribute de facto the world's wealth. You can be making substantial costs. You can laugh at this. This is serious, Pauline.
Sorry, no, I'm not. Something completely
Who are
off
the
topic.
experts you are listening to? I have actually gone through and looked at who some of these people are that are writing these papers, and I have great questions about it. All I'm asking is for an hour of your time to actually look at this whole situation in a bit more depth, because I have got a lot more data than this to support what I'm saying. If you've got any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Robbie. Well, there's 11 seconds. Councillor Scandrett, just
Yeah.
one quick question.
If we take climate change and put it to the side, the other side of this is ongoing pollution, and it's both in the air, but also packaging and the plastics, etc. So whatever we do to decrease what we're doing now and improve what we're doing has to help the planet in an overall way, surely. Well,
that's pretty simplified.
Well, it's a fact, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely things that need to be done.
Yep.
But the climate emergency that we're talking about and this hysteria that's going on about it is just beyond ridiculous.
So thank you.
There's a lot of things I could be talking to on this to give you a more balanced view, and I think you need a more balanced view going forward.
Thank you for coming in. Look, it's really important that we do hear all views, so I really appreciate you coming in and giving us your time. Thank you. Now, Susan Thorpe will also speak to us on climate matters. Susan here? Yes. Good morning and welcome.
I have put in a presentation which has quite a lot of information. I'm only going to read page 6, 7 and 8, which I did advise the coordinator to tell you. Christchurch's heritage is in jeopardy. Christchurch is a city at the bottom of the world but founded on outstanding ethics and Christian faith as its name announces. The founders came direct from the Oxford Group and the anti-slavery Wilberforce movement and brought with them scholastic rigour and the advanced engineering and sciences of the day. My complacency climate change regulations was shattered by the infringement of an ugly temporary cycle lane which dissected the gracious proportions of Park Terrace, and this was the catalyst which forced me to wake up and come to the rescue of the city to which I owe so much, with everything at my disposal. It turns out that the bland euphemism used for this cycle lane is innovating streets for people, courtesy of the New Zealand Transport Agency. However, it is good that the CCC planners made their stance crystal clear so as to be left in no doubt of the direction in which our city is being led by the nose in order to comply with United Nations diktats. The epicentre of the effects of this cultural assault is clearly the museum precinct and Rutherford's Den in the former university, because they constitute the very heart of Christchurch's historic intellectual legacy. There are startling parallels with the fairy tale The Emperor's New Clothes and the climate narrative the world is experiencing, as we see ever more ridiculous edicts and statistical noise emanating from United Nations level, in which compliant officials impose upon populations as they work in lockstep with new regulations. People have learned not to question the narrative, otherwise risk either being ridiculed or threatened with job loss. We've seen this principle in operation recently with the public shaming of two politicians who have dared to question climate change mythology. Both were pressured to retract their position. And the swindlers in the fairy tale were laughing all the way to the bank. As always, follow the money, and there's plenty of that sloshing around in today's climate circles. Whether CCC officials sit on the spectrum, wherever CCC officials sit on the spectrum, whether they trustingly believe the rhetoric, as have most of us at one time or other, or whether they felt powerless to question anything, the prerequisite now upon assessing the impeccable science which I've made available to you today from scientists and engineers with distinguished reputations is to acknowledge and correct falsely premised climate policy in order that society as a whole can reclaim common sense and the very integrity of science itself, which latter has clearly been severely damaged by the climate delusion. We, the people of Christchurch, led by that great body, the Christchurch City Council, will emerge stronger from resolutely reclaiming the integrity, the wealth and... of scientific discipline in this city, as demonstrated by Canterbury's most famous son, Lord Ernest Rutherford. Christchurch was not a city founded on deception or falsification of scientific data. So what do we do about it? Just like the child in the fairy tale who innocently told the truth, I ask you to consider that Christchurch is eminently qualified to be the first city in the world to totally renounce the false climate narrative. The emperor has no clothes thus becomes there is no climate emergency. From the hallowed halls of the physics lecture room near Rutherford's Den, Canterbury University College produced arguably the top physics student on the planet. The science Rutherford used was rock solid and meticulously accurate. In Christchurch, we truly stand on the shoulders of giants. How symbolic if Christchurch were to give the world another gift, which is the exact opposite, but could be argued, of similar scale and significance. Christchurch is in the unique position by starting a cascade of downstream effects to rid the world of a scientific delusion so gargantuan, so destructive, so dishonest, and so inimical to the integrity of the science which Rutherford represented, that we would expect to see an equal and opposite reaction when this happens. Rutherford batted a world-winning game with nuclear physics research. Christchurch cannot, following Rutherford's stratospheric legacy, refuse any longer to allow corrupted science to despoil the very fabric of our city, and from these shores return to sender the fake and corrosive climate hypothesis from whence it came. But we will need to hold tight to our love for this city, because we can expect the consequent reaction on the world stage to be major.
Susan, can you wind up, please, because your time is up?
Yes, I'll just read the last paragraph. Yep. The definitive research. Some of the New Zealand scientists and engineers whose work I've quoted may be persuaded to speak either in person or electronically to a session of the council, so that councils may benefit from hearing direct from these reliable and honest voices accurate, peer-reviewed climate science which stand up to scrutiny. It would be difficult to imagine a more urgent matter in the scheme of things, with what such mind-boggling debt hanging over our collective heads like the sword of Damocles. And I'll read out the names of those climate realists.
We have them in front of us. Thank you very much for coming in. Tyler, I know that you had a question, but we really are out of time, Tyler, so I apologise for that. Perhaps you can get Susan's email and forward her a question by email, but thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
We do respect all views here, so I really appreciate you having the courage to come and talk to us. I'd like to invite Graham Pollock, please. He's going to speak to us regarding the notice of motion.
By the way, I lived on Park Terrace for 20 years.
Oh, lovely. Very lucky. Welcome, Graham.
Kia ora tātou. I'm grateful to the Mayor for the invitation to speak today regarding the Northwest Arc Cycleway running along Aorangi Road from Island Road to Clyde Road and through to Brookside Terrace. Our representation is not in opposition to the cycleway. In fact, we have been supportive of a cycleway. Rather, our concern is the design of the cycleway chosen. The community is seeking a change to the design that was initially accepted. All households, thanks to the Mayor, every one of them, have been visited along Aorangi Road from Truman Road through to Brookside Terrace, and 100%, every single one of them has signed a request seeking a change from what was planned, the option A, using the road and removing all the parking for the cycleway, moving that option to option B, using the 5 metre wide berm for the cycleway and retaining the parking. That berm is the widest berm in any suburban street in Christchurch, other than Park Terrace. Not just the 100% of the people that live along Aorangi Road seek this change to option B. Option B was endorsed by the community board as its preferred option. The community board has that as its preferred option. Further along Aorangi Road, there are churches, St Aidan's New Generation Church, with hundreds of people involved, not just on Sundays, but during the week. These churches are significant social service providers. Craft groups, breakfast clubs, food banks, numerous community events and outreach, social and emergency housing, and they have the same concerns as the wider community has about the removal of parking that will occur under option A. Access to facilities are important for the elderly. Wheelchairs, walkers, carrying their sewing machines to craft groups, for young families with their buggies and pushchairs. And the removing of the parking as an option A will cut these people off from ready access to these activities. A change in the plan was made from option A to option B, from Island Road to Truman Road, for the very reasons outlined: accessibility. But the option A was carried on from Truman Road through to Clyde Road and Brookside Terrace. The community is asking for you to take heed of them and their needs, in much the same way that As a council, you ask central government to take heed of your needs, and they are asking that you listen to them. Now, there may be some concerns. Some of the statements are about the removal of the silver birches who are lifting the roots, their roots are lifting the pavement, the catkins falling and blocking drains, etc. There may be a question about costs, but are costs at the expense of accessibility and quality of life and environment? And changes are happening. The extensive redevelopment along Aorangi Road, 34 new Keonga units where there were 10 houses previously, and very, very significant developments planned. So the narrowing of the road and taking away any of the parking is totally unhelpful. So 100% of those living along Aorangi Road, the social services organisations serving the community in the city and the community board are saying, we are not opposed to the cycleway, rather we want our needs and views taken into consideration as people on the ground. The council team, when preparing its report around that cycleway, wrote, and I quote, "The breakdown of where people live shows that option B is most preferred for relevant organisations and those living along the section of the route."
You've got 20 seconds left.
That finding was sidelined when recommendations were made, and we are asking that the concerns of the people are listened to and not sidelined again, and we hear there is an opportunity to support this community. I'm happy to respond to any questions, but I hope today that this meeting will, in keeping with your work on the strategic plan strategy of finding out what matters most, that you will see that what matters to 100% of the people along Aorangi Road and this community and the services there want to seek a change in option. And that the motion that is being tabled today, that is received in that light. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent public forum, an excellently presented view of yours, and thank you very much for coming in and taking the time to do that.
Thank you.
There's no time for questions, I'm sorry, so we'll go to the next public forum, which is David Lynch. Welcome.
I'm waiting for the mayor to specifically present.
The mayor is probably not in for another half an hour, I would say. And so public forum will be over by then. Oh, yay. Timing. No, too late. You're here. We just got to the David Lynch. You've got your one. The last public forum.
I spoke slower because I could do. Right, where are we, mate?
We're David Lynch.
Okay.
Good morning. I've already had a test run with the mayor on this, and unfortunately the media weren't here, and so we thought this was such an important cause today that would come back with the blessing of the mayor, and the mayor's kindly said to me that he would consider suspending standing orders if I go over time. I've got it on tape, but don't worry. And hopefully it's a joke, Mr. Mayor, but this is a very important cause, and I just hope that you guys will understand why I'm here today. I do have a handout for you all. I don't know who wants to. Could you get those to the meeting, please? Thank you. Right. Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to present to you and for the liberty of having a little bit of an extension if that's possible. As you know, my name is David Lynch and I'm a Director of Momentous Public Relations. Some of you may not be aware that over the past 25 years, I have dedicated pro bono advice and support to various patients and to various health organisations to give up my time to help patients and health individuals achieve their communication advocacy goals, which has included things like raising awareness about specific health issues, advocating for policy changes, and supporting patients in their healthcare journeys. It hasn't always been easy when patients leave the hospital, and that's where, from a PR perspective and with others, we can give some support. Some of the things that we've done over the last few years is promoting advice to a burns unit from Hawke's Bay. We've advocated for a woman from Cust who had 10 visits to the hospital to have a twisted bowel cleared out because the operation was kept being put off. And with a little bit of media, the operation happened within a few days of the media. We've arranged with the Mayor for a briefing by Professor Frank Frizzell in respect of the wider health issues affecting not just the city but New Zealand as a whole. We've extended guidance to many patients at the spinal unit at Burwood Hospital, and some of you may be aware of our advocacy in respect to Professor Manal Kazi, speaking for the City Families Group over the 115 lives lost that day in February 2011. Momentum PR supports the Blue September Prostate Cancer Awareness Campaign, and what I'd like to do now is to maybe Mr Mayor and with the Deputy Mayor, you might like to open this little gift up. Now, I know the press are here with the photographer.
No, this is political.
I've got lots of blue ribbon if you like for you.
A picture of snow during the day.
What we felt was important was, as a city council, although a lot has changed in health in the city with the government's decision to restructure our health boards, you as a council do play a vital role as advocates. And we believe that prostate cancer is something that you all can support in one way or the other. And that's why we've said major support for prostate cancer. Blue September is the awareness fund campaigning period. And it's aimed at directly eliminating deaths and to address those suffering from prostate cancer, which in fact kills more people than, sadly, breast cancer. I've chosen to contact the Mayor, along with clients and individual groups, simply saying, through your Facebook, we have a banner that we can send you electronically, and you can place it on your Facebooks, and it takes you directly to allow people on your Facebooks to donate directly if you wish. If nothing else, with the followings that you will have on Facebook, I think you're going to help achieve getting this message out there. So my aim is to share with everyone, including the Mayor, the important message of this cancer awareness. So a little bit about prostate cancer, and I quote Dr. Stephen Marks, a leading urologist. He says, prostate cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer in New Zealand. 4,000 men diagnosed per year and over 800 deaths attributed. Also, prostate cancer is the most expensive cancer for the healthcare system. Over 10,000 men per year are sent for specialist assessments and diagnosis to specialist urologists, and it goes on. I'll leave you to read the rest of the quote. So what are the opportunities for the Mayor? Well, he's already, in fact, done that for me, and that sign now has gone out on the World Wide Web, and people around the world will know that Mayor Phil Major is supporting prostate cancer. So thank you for that, Phil. But as I've said, local government has a unique position to address the specific needs in their communities, and it plays a vital role, not just with prostate cancer, but with so many other things, to take that role and be a strong voice and to not be afraid of government. Never be afraid of government. We've got the banner. We're also happy to make available to all councillors an electronic version of that you can place on your Facebook sites. But here's the great challenge today. Businesses have already come to me, and a number have said to me, we will find a way of donating. And one of them, by the name of Tunnel Car Wash, has agreed to donate $1,000 to the Start the Foundation funding from Christchurch from this effort if the Mayor will turn up with that banner and wearing this hat. And we have got a skirt for you and these other things, but actually they're more for the Deputy Mayor. We would like to challenge you, Mr. Mayor, that this is one business that's prepared to donate $1,000. We think that at the end of 4 weeks, there's absolutely no reason with your charisma, your connections, and with the support of all your colleagues here, that this council can't make, or not make directly, but through the support, make a $10,000, if not more, donation to this very, very important cause. So that's the challenge for you, and I'm happy to work with you on that. Finally, as I conclude, Tunnel Wash is the name of the company, and I'm sure others will be very happy to jump in behind that. In conclusion, what I'd like to suggest to you is we would like to do a group photo, not just with the male councillors here today, but with the female councillors, because like any cancer, prostate cancer doesn't just affect a male, it affects a family. And I'm hoping that at the conclusion of this, you will all be agreeable to, we've got some blue ribbon, we've got a little few props here, we can have some fun and get a message out there as a starting point. And I'd like to close, before perhaps inviting you, Mr. Mayor, if you wish to respond to any of this, with this quote that I wrote last night in thinking about this, and thinking about a dear friend who died of prostate cancer, and so I've chosen to wear this tie today in respect of him. And here is my quote. "Strength is not the absence of fear, but the courage to face it head on. We are stronger than fear, and with each day, and with the right attitude, we have the potential to be one step closer to victory." Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. It certainly resonates with me because I've had a couple of friends who have run into this problem. So I'm more than happy to do go to Tunnel Wash and wear any kind of clothes you want.
Great.
Okay, so did you want to have all of us as
It would be lovely if everyone, so we're going to interrupt your proceedings just to get a photo. The press has got a photographer here? No? Is there any, I did ask if a staff photographer could be here and that photo could then be submitted to the press. Is there a staff photographer available at short notice? Could someone take a photo on an iPhone and maybe that would do? Okay, well look, why don't we head up, set up a photo at the front there.
This is a very good course, guys.
Now, Phil, this hat, it lights up.
My day just gets...
And?
Oh, no, but bring it to
There's a wig for you to wear. Good. Pauline. Where's Pauline? And guys, just hold on.
Come on. Sam, come, you've got to sit it on.
You hold on to the banner and I'll drop these off to you later on. Pauline, thank you guys. I'll keep the cap on. You've got to keep the cap on for the meeting.
You could have worn those.
Take them.
These are better than your chains, Phil. I'd swap them if I was you.
And Pauline, I've got a wig for you. Do you want to wear the wig now? There's a wig for you to wear now, by all means, with glasses.
Okay.
We'll talk later. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
That sign is in a perfect spot for that live stream. It's awesome.
Oh, Pauline, that's the dress for you to wear as well. Thank you.
Right, we're now, while David's doing that, we've got deputations by appointment. I'd now like to welcome Simon Kingan to the table, who will speak on regarding item 21. Foster Street. Welcome, Simon.
Hi all. I feel it's a bit unfair following David, isn't it? Because I've got no banners or streamers or
Would you like some balloons? Something blue to wear?
Maybe I should have some balloons. Or anything quite so emotive as yours, so that was great. Yeah, my name's Simon Kingham. I think I know all of you. I've been here before. Just a reminder, I'm a professor of geography at the university. I teach on transport and related issues. And I'm also the Ministry of Transport Chief Science Advisor, so I advise the Ministry on transport-related policy. I want to talk today about Gloucester Street and maybe make an impassioned plea that maybe it might be a good thing to try, and I'll try and explain why. I just want to explain what tactical urbanism is, and I think some of you will know and some of you may be slightly unclear, but it is an approach to developing low-cost, scalable interventions and policies. It is a bit like trying something before you buy it. It's like having a trial run of something. There are 5 characteristics. This is an established definition or description of them. It says it's a deliberative, phased approach to instigating change. You have local solutions for local planning challenges. The idea is you have a short-term commitment, so you try something for a short term before you then go into longer-term change. It's low risk, but with potentially high rewards. And it develops social capital between public and private institutions, non-profits, constituents, etc. So they're kind of 5 characteristics of the sort of thing we're talking about in Gloucester Street. Some of you may know that on the 21st of August this year, the Reshaping Streets became a rule. So it was in the Land Transport Rule Street Layouts 2023. It makes doing street pilots easier. It talks about enabling councils to pilot, make short-term changes to streets, to test different street layouts. And it allows communities to experience these changes in real time and provide feedback. And I think that's a really important part of it. And I'll come on to that in a minute. It allows communities to be more involved in the process of changing their streets and for continual improvement of the design while it's in place. And it provides councils the ability to consult while the pilot is in place. And I will touch on why that's important next. One of the big things we're very good at in New Zealand and in Christchurch is consulting with people and engaging with people on things. But probably one of the problems, and I think it's globally recognised, is that people kind of don't like change, and they particularly don't like something that's a bit different and new and they can't imagine. And so sometimes when we put a plan out, people object to it just because it's different and they kind of don't understand it. And what these Reshaping Streets approaches allow, or tactical urbanism allows communities to experience changes and then provide feedback. And often we know when you do that, people actually think, actually, that wasn't that bad, quite liked it. And beforehand, when you describe it, they don't get it and they don't understand it. And increasingly, we're seeing globally this is a better way of engaging. So actually trialing stuff and seeing what happens is better. And it's kind of the new way of doing it. So we don't do full consultation before we try something. We try something that's temporary, we see what happens, and then we get people's feedback. And I think the new rule says maximum 2 years, so it's actually got a fixed time frame within there for this. The other thing I just want to explain is that this sort of stuff isn't novel. We're not trying something that no one else in the world has tried in terms of reshaping streets and making streets look a bit different. I'm just going to show you some quick examples. Rio de Janeiro, there's loads of them, by the way, and you can find all these online. I think you've got all these. They've changed the street there very significantly, you can see, from 2010 to 22. Amsterdam, significant changes there, the same bit of street, what they've done. New York City has transformed the city. For anyone who went there 10, 15 years ago to what you see today, it's quite transformed. It really was a city full of cars in the middle, and now it's a city full of people doing more interesting things. Another one of New York City, another one of New York City. So New York City has really held up. And we're not like New York City. Let's accept that. We are a different sort of city, but perhaps we're more like Buenos Aires. So we're not, it's not just Europe and it's not just New York that's doing this stuff. Perhaps we're more like Bucharest. They've been doing some interesting things as well. Dare I say, are we actually a bit like Auckland? You know, Auckland's tried it with Fort Street. They've actually taken traffic out and they haven't taken traffic totally out. They've just slowed traffic down. So you can still drive down Fort Street, but it's just calmed and it's meant to look like a place for people. So cars can still access, there's no problem. They obviously access a bit slower because it's designed for people. Even Hamilton has tried it. That's actually an underground car park that's been transformed into a place that looks like a place that we want people to be. Even Hamilton. And dare I say, even Christchurch. So do anyone remember this? You know, we don't want to go back to what it was before. Yeah, so that's, you know, that's what it looked like before, that's what it looks like now. So we have got precedents where and nobody would want to go back to the one on the left. And so I think we actually have good examples of what we can do. You know, with the Riverside Market is a good one, but Hamilton, Auckland, other places, as well as other places in the world. And sometimes just, if you'd said to people, we're going to change outside Riverside before, I think people would have said, well, we can't do that. We need to access stuff in our car. And actually, we've got something really, really exciting. Yeah. Just some final comments. The Streets for People, and Gloucester Street is part of that, and it's now rebranded as Reshaping Streets, allows communities to experience these changes in real time and provide feedback. And we know that when people experience stuff, it is different. It allows people to be more involved, and I think that's a really important part of it. Christchurch is a great city to live in. I think we've actually got a reputation for innovation. We've had things like gap filler and life in vacant spaces and greening the rubble. So we've actually got lots of examples of innovation. And I'd say let's keep going. Let's keep trying. Let's try interesting, progressive, people-focused tactical urbanism projects because they work and they work around the world. And if we don't like it, we can take it out and go back to what we had before. So this is my final quote. One of my favourite planning quotes is, if you plan cities for cars and traffic, you get cars and traffic. If you plan for people and places, you get people and places. And that's an American planner called Fred Kent. So that's all I've got. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Simon. I've got 3 questions. Sarah, please, and then Andre.
Thanks for that, Simon. Hey, one of the reasons that's been put up for not doing it at the moment is the disruption for the Court Theatre build down one end of the section. Do you think that there's still value in doing the trial maybe for the rest of the street that isn't directly outside the build?
Yeah. I think it's always worth trying it, especially on that street, because you've actually got the Isaac Theatre, the piano, the library and other things. So it is the perfect street. I'd absolutely try it.
Yeah. And with the other Streets for projects, Streets for People projects that you've seen and been involved in and those kind of things, is it normal practice to do them for a short time and trial and collect data and then put them in for longer? I mean, that's not how we did Ferry Road. Ferry Road, we just kind of put it in for a year rather than just for 10 weeks. Yeah, no, normally you'd put them in for longer than 10 weeks. I think that would be the ideal. But what the idea is that often they become permanent because people quite like them. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's answering your question, but the idea is that people actually go, this is actually okay. They can come out, and they do come out, but quite often people try stuff and actually go, this is actually okay, I like it, let's keep it. But they can't imagine it beforehand. Thanks.
Andre?
Thank you. Yeah, just looking at the examples that you've shown, and we've been continually told recently that we can't possibly have things like outdoor dining because of an easterly wind. We used to have outdoor dining pre-earthquakes. Most cities in the world that are colder than us still have outdoor dining. Have we become just too bloody soft?
I think of course you can, and most of us sit outside in the garden sometimes in the easterly. The easterly doesn't happen all the time as well. It happens some of the time. You can put things up to protect the wind from certain directions. I think it's probably just an excuse for people who don't want it, I suspect.
Mark, please.
Thank you. Sarah kind of touched a bit on my question here. With the significant change that Gloucester Street is going through right now and is likely to go through in the coming years, do you think there is value in going ahead and doing a trial right now?
I think it's always worth trying things, actually, Mark. Yeah. I think it's always worth trialling stuff, especially as the money's... And I mean, I work for the Ministry of Transport, right? And this is Wakatahi money. It's not our money, so it's not like the risk is us. They want it to go ahead. They know what's happening. I'd say always try stuff if we can. And sometimes when you're disrupting streets, it's a good time to try things anyway, because there's already disruption. It's a bit different.
Cool. Thank you.
I'd say don't be cautious sometimes.
Yeah. And lastly, Yanni, please.
Thank you for the deputation. I just wondered how you would prioritise spending the money on a trial on a street that's having, significant disruption in a very short time frame to areas that may have a greater need, particularly around like schools that have been redeveloped in Aranui or newly built, or other places in Phillipstown which have been crying out for safe pedestrian crossings that don't have anything. So how would you use an equity lens to look at this significant investment for a very short time versus the same investment being able to be put to other places where it could have a greater duration and would deal with more, immediate needs that where people, children in particular, don't have anything.
I totally get where you're coming on, and I did a study at Hayata College about 5 years ago, and it was related to this, and there's a crying need for stuff there, and I think they've got a Reshaping Streets project out there as well, which is great. I suppose in this case, you're right, if we could prioritise, but it's not like we can use this money for something else. So I totally get where you're coming from. We should be doing more stuff. My daughter's just moved to Phillipstown. I'd love some more stuff out there if that's possible. Put some trees on that big open park as well, because it's terrible. But this isn't an either or, is it? It's not like you can take that money. I don't think you can take the Reshaping Streets money and give it somewhere else. But
respond to that. Maybe someone else can.
I know. Then maybe, but I still think we want to do interesting things in the central city. That's where a lot of people are going. But we should be trying to do both. Yeah, we should be trying to do both. I totally understand where you're coming from, though.
Yep. Thank you very much. Very clear. Thank you. Okie dokie. Now we have watch a video deputation from Florence Sargent regarding the same item. There we go.
I am going to tell you. Hello, my name is Florence and I live and go to school in the central city. I found out that you might not do a cool project for Gloucester Street. So I am going to tell you why you should. I use Gloucester Street to go to the library because my school doesn't have a library. We walk along Gloucester Street to visit Tauranga. It's a bit of a boring walk along that part, except for the art on the walls. That's very cool. I love street art. Crossing the road can be harder on a two-way street, especially with cars parked everywhere. One-way streets mean I only have to look one way to work out when it's safe to cross. Also, slower traffic means it's safer for me too. Gloucester Street is also amazing as I go to the theatre. The Christmas pantomime is the best. But after all the shows, there isn't enough space for everyone to walk home. We need bigger footpaths like Manchester Street has. Gloucester Street is also the way to get to New Regent Street. I get the best ice creams there, and it can be busy with the tram as well, and then the playground is not far away. So Gloucester Street joins the library and the playground with an ice cream on the way. This is perfect for me. You can make the street get a fun makeover in time for summer, and you've done this before really fast. I would love to have safe places to cross, more space for walking, planters, seats and places to perform in. I also found out you got over $1 million to do this. Wow. And this money didn't come from you, so you got given it, right? So why don't you do this? I want to be proud of my city for doing cool things, and you have done things like this before, So I stopped. Who would want to stop fun things from happening? The city should be fun. It should be colourful with lots of things to do and be safe for people to walk around and hang out. I want to tell everyone that my neighbourhood is the best place to be. We have the best library, the best playground, the best park, and hopefully a pool soon. Let's link them all up with a cool street and make everyone want to come and check out. So councillors, I hope you make a decision that benefits all of us. So say yes and spend the money you got given to make Gloucester Street really cool. Thank you for listening to me.
Don't we all wish they were that young and innocent? Wasn't it lovely? They were good times. Okay, so that's very good, very good. Okay, so we move on to item 4, presentation of petitions. We have none, so I will move on to confirmation of the minutes. Now, there's a whole swag of minutes here. I'd like to put them all as a block and include the 2 that are in PX so that we don't have to go into PX later on. And Jake's nodding his head as if he's moving it. And Pauline's seconding it. So if anyone, no questions obviously, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye, against, thanks, carried. Brilliant.
Community boards.
I'm going a lot better than that last person. Righto, community board reports. Okay, we'll now hear from our community boards. First up is Spraden Cashmere Heathcote, and Callum, please, and Kia. Thank you.
Thanks for welcoming us here back again today. Should have a relatively straightforward presentation today. So this is what's been going on in our part of town. We've had the opening of the Hoonhay Community Centre, and so this is on Hoonhay Road. It's a former children's library. The community's been pushing really hard for a long time for that library to be refurbished and have some extra amenities added to it, like a kitchenette and a accessible toilet. And after pushing for a long time, we've been able to deliver that as a council for that community. So it was just a fantastic day of celebration. And you can see Carolyn Potter there having an absolute blast. Yeah, and you know, a lot of credit goes to her and to Mel, as well as the Jenny and Alistair and Bernie, who are part of the Hoonhay Community Association. So, yeah, just a good news story from us. I wanted to talk a bit as well about the Strengthening Communities funding. So our board's made a lot of decisions recently about who we're funding in our area. You can see a bit of a word cloud of the recipients up on the slides. I'm not going to go through in detail exactly who, because it's too many to name, but just wanted to talk a bit about the overall, I guess, priorities for our board for funding that we're looking to over the next year. So we've directed staff that as part of the health check processes that they go through for all of the groups that we fund, that we have a special focus on ensuring that the groups that we fund have policies that are inclusive of diverse communities, and in particular the rainbow community, and in particular the rainbow community for youth focused organisations. We're also wanting to ensure that the groups that we're funding, where possible, foster and encourage community-led development rather than just sort of social service provision. We feel that our board has a fund, and that fund has a purpose. And we want our funding to be focused on that purpose of actually creating stronger communities, and we think that the best way to achieve that is through groups that are community led, and where possible, staffed and governed diversely, and also staffed and governed by people who actually live in the communities that they're serving. Some of our really, really vibrant communities are sort of led from the grassroots in the places that they are serving by people who live there. Did you want to add anything to that?
One of the other things is we had a really great conversation with the living wage movement and some living wage accredited community development organisations about some of the challenges that community organisations face paying the living wage, and how as funders we can work with them to make sure that the staff that they have doing that work get adequately and properly recognised. So that's something that we're going to continue working with staff on. But I guess something would also really encourage council as a whole to think about long term is how do we make sure those community development organisations are getting in a position to pay a living wage for the staff doing that important work.
And we recognise as well that not all of our groups, many of our groups won't be in a position to be doing that straight away. So it's not it's more of a supporting those aspirations where they exist at the moment. Yeah. Did you want to talk to our Parte?
So this is a very straightforward dedication of local purpose road reserve as road. Essentially, during COVID, there were some paperwork that we need to tidy up now, so that will be coming to you later today, and hopefully will be a very brief and quick matter to make sure it gets over the line, just to make sure everything is legally nice and tidy.
Yeah, just the board unanimously supporting the staff recommendation. And finally, it wouldn't be a Waihoro board presentation without a mention of the South Library. So we're getting a report coming to our next board meeting about the options for rebuild, repair, or delayed rebuild, etc. And yeah, we're really looking forward to making a recommendation to council about the concept design in the near future. Cool. So that's all from us.
Wonderful. We've got time for one question, but I think you've done such a great job, there is none.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have Hamilton Waimari Herwood, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa, everyone.
Morning.
So, first up, here we go. First up, just want to take you through the decisions made under delegations, which are just there on the screen. So there's been a whole range from approving the urban forest planning for planting for Jeffreys Reserve, to approving the grants for Strengthening Communities Fund, to a range of board projects for funding as well, and youth development funds too. And then we've also had a few exciting public forums, one in particular regarding two local residents around a tree in Otara Reserve in Fendleton.
Great. We've mentioned this initiative before, but we just wanted to share an example of this model being picked up by other groups. The Fendleton School PTA has seen the collection bins in the Fendleton Library and got in touch with our local community rec advisor, Lisa Gregory, to find out more about it. With support from Lisa, the school have replicated the initiative and have been collecting gear from their local school community and donating it to other children and families. It's really great to see others using the model, and we'd love to see this initiative all over the city.
And then we have the Brynwer Banter. So our local community development advisor, Natalie Daly, has been working with groups in the Brynwer area to look at gaps in service and possible new projects for them to collaborate on. One idea that came out of the group was to produce a community newsletter for local residents. There are lots of activities and services available in the community, but not everyone knows about them, particularly new people moving into the area. So the first Brynwer Banter has recently been delivered to all households in the area, which includes information about what is happening in the local area, what services local community groups can provide as well. A calendar of activities and events was also included with the letterbox drop, and the next banter is due to be delivered in November.
Like many board areas across the city, we are seeing new Kainga Ora housing developments being built in our community. 3 new ones in our area include Main North Road in Belfast, Graham's Road in Burnside, and Bevan Place, Aorangi Road in Brynwer. We have seen some really positive examples of engagement as a result of this, with our local staff developing a good relationship with the Kaingora team. They have held drop-in sessions for local residents and invited neighbours and local community groups along for a walk through the new developments, which has been received well across the board area. Often the perception of the houses and those who will be living in them has been influenced by negative stories created by a small number of individual tenants that receive the attention. When people in the community have the opportunity to see what the reality of the building is and have their questions answered, many of these have said how much happier they are with the development. They've acknowledged that it is more about the fear of the unknown and so many new people moving in at once. Our local groups are doing welcome packs and will have events to help introduce the new residents to the existing residents. These housing developments mean more people have a chance to live in warm, safe and healthy environments.
We'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the council and the engagement team for the very successful What Matters Most campaign. Our community governance team ran a number of sessions with groups using the tool, including our community liaison group meeting, which Councillor Goff attended. The interactive nature of the tool really increased people's engagement, and we have received really positive feedback from those who participated. To be fair, in the past, it has been difficult to get people interested in the long-term plan, but this tool made it simple for people to understand the relevance of the decisions that council has to make. We look forward to continuing this level of engagement as the LTP planning progresses, so again, well done. And then lastly, as mentioned in one of our previous presentations to council, our community board nominated the Friends of Crosby Park for a Keep Christchurch Beautiful Award. We are very pleased to say that their nomination was successful, and it was wonderful to see them be acknowledged for the great mahi they do in terms of planting and maintenance around Island Stream in Crosby Park. The group consists of Notice, that's Network of the Island Stream, Russley Play Centre, Russley School, St Mark's Church and local interested residents. The work is coordinated by our wonderful park ranger Annalise and our community development advisor Karen Broke. So yeah, and also thank you to all the other councillors and community board members who we got to meet at the Keep Christchurch Beautiful Awards. It's great to see you all there. And that's us for this month.
Hey, thanks. That was really, really good. Just a quick one. How good was it that local resident Taylor Bruce won the singles women's world champions for the bowls?
Yes, that's a great point, Sam. Yes, it was.
It's always a good opportunity to talk about the Burnside Bowling Club. They did bloody well. So.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, we do have some exceptional people in our area when it comes to bowling, and I also believe that coming up soon we have the Fendleton Bowling Club as well is going to be celebrating the opening, which is exciting.
I think Christchurch has got an entry in the Keep New Zealand Beautiful Awards as well. Do you know about that? I heard it on the radio today as the most interesting city. That's coming up. Do you know?
As in the city?
Yes.
Has been nominated?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'll
have a look.
Yeah, have a wee look.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to come along and update you today on what's been happening in our Waipapa Papanui Inner Central board area. At our August meeting, we had some good public engagement, followed by a number of staff reports for approval. A couple of the major ones were the approval of the urban forest planting plan for Lancaster Park, and also the green light for the Innes Road Street renewal project. It was great to be able to grant our Strengthening Communities funding to 39 groups across the board area. As usual, the fund was oversubscribed, but our staff did a good job of aligning their recommendations with our community board plan priorities, and we know the funding will make a real difference in meeting the needs of our communities. Oh, that was that one. We also had some discretionary response fund allocations and a youth development fund application, which you can see there. And we allocated funding for our community board projects for the year, which are Summer with Your Neighbours, the Youth Recreation Project, Community Liaison, Community Pride Garden Awards, our Positive Youth Development Fund, and our Community Service Awards. Here we have just a couple more photos from our Edible and Sustainable Garden Award winners from this year. On the left there's a photo of the McFarlane Park Community Garden, which has great input from local children every week, and on the right are the recipients from the Kandavu Community Garden. The Northwest Sport and Community Hub is a relatively new organisation which covers a large part of our board area as well as part of Waimairo's board area. Their vision is to give residents of Northwest Christchurch access to quality shared and multi-use facilities, recreation, community and social activities and services that are provided by organisations working together in an enduring partnership within the community. The group have been working with a number of local sports clubs as well as the YMCA, and last month held a community meeting to gather people's views, ideas and aspirations. It was fantastic to see a large turnout from a wide range of sporting and recreation groups and schools, and the engagement will continue in the near future with 2 more meetings planned which will shape the organisation's strategic plan. Tucked away in the middle of Richmond is a block of land next to Petrie Park, which used to be home to the Christchurch Richmond Bowling Club. And the local community have some amazing ideas for it. We had a briefing last month from members of the Richmond Residents and Business Association who are driving this project to get an update on the engagement they've been doing with the local community. And the themes coming through from the locals are around a gathering place for events, nature-based food space, both passive and active recreation, and a play space. So we look forward to supporting this group to bring these aspirations to life, and keep you updated on progress. And then finally, I would like to take this opportunity to convey our board's support for item 31 on your agenda today, Councillor Moore's notice of motion around the notification of road closures. This is an issue our current board and our previous Waipapa board have been pushing for many years now. Despite it being brought up numerous times over those years, we continue to be kept out of the loop way too often, and we'll often find out about a road closure for the first time when we see it when we're out and about or hear about it from residents. We appreciate the start work notices that we do get for the council work in the area, but there seems to be a gap where works are carried out by others and the notification doesn't come through. I urge you to support this notice of motion today, which will allow us as elected members to use our networks and communication channels to help inform the wider community about upcoming road closures, saving frustration, congestion and ultimately staff time dealing with queries from the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good common sense. Who has got any questions? No? Well done. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we've got Helena Marie, please. Good to see you again. Oswald Hornby Rickett.
Thank you. This photo is the first time we've had a photo with all board members, and it happened because we were doing community awards and we happened all to be there at the same time, and I think it's the first time we've ever had everybody at these awards, so it was really pleasing. So we have now the photo. Decisions made under delegation. The Ethel Waimari safety improvements, they're quite a critical improvement, largely in the student area, and it's one for you to consider today, but I don't think there's any issues there. We're positive about it. Waterloo Road, an additional speed hump was put in there. That's outside Hornby School, so Hornby High School and primary, so it will make it a lot safer. We've been doing the 2023-24 Strengthening Communities Fund. We found we had less money than previous years, and what it is that because our wards have been restructured, we have fewer people in fact, the ward. We're always highly at the end before, so we're probably not back further than any other board, but it was just reduced. We're looking at community board projects. We've delegated the community board youth development fund to staff for any person applying up to $350. We had two applications under discretionary response fund. And now I'll hand over to Marie, who's doing what matters most.
Right. The Council's What Matters Most community engagement initiative ended on 15th of August. And along with our community governance staff, our own councillors, Mark Peters, Dyla Harrison Hunt, and Andre Moore, and the board members actively facilitated and supported over 20 events within our community board area. We engage with the community at various locations, such as the libraries, community meetings, the retirement villages, and even at the shopping malls. It was really interesting to note a pattern of what matters most for different age groups. The Epic Sports provides things for young people to do, which is a community board priority for our Riccarton ward. Every Friday during school terms, they provide hockey, cricket, touch rugby, basketball, and lots of other games and sports in Waikola and Harrington Parks, as well as hip-hop classes at Hornby Salvation Army. We also Matariki celebrations.
Matariki celebrations. We led a number of events which were organised within the Templeton, Hornby and Riccarton communities. The three libraries in the ward provided Matariki events for preschoolers and drop-in after-school craft sessions. Back to you, Marie.
The community fundraising efforts for Matatiki Hydrotherapy Pool. So the Rotary Club of Hornby and the Greater Hornby Residents Association are leading the campaign to raise $1.4 million for the hydrotherapy pool at Matatiki Hornby Center. I understand to date they have so far raised 1.17 million already. So fundraising initiatives include a Buy a Bubble campaign, a Splash for Cash Community Day on the 10th of November, and a range of activities including a charity auction and Mufti Days at local schools. That's all from us. Thank you.
Oh, one thing too, I forgot. We would like you to support Andre's motion because it's important that we get
You're out of time.
Information. I meant to put that in earlier before the thank you. So we're sort of asking you to support that. And maybe if there's any doubts about it, perhaps you do it for 1 year and see how it works.
Tim, you want 13 seconds of question?
Just 13 seconds. With Andre's motion, so is that every single road closure with, like with it's just for redoing a small thing, or is it major, like longer? I mean, it's just, if we got...
We'll do it. We'll do it when we get the...
it's easy for people to say. I'm just trying to understand.
So thank you for that.
We're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Coastal Burwood Linwood, please. My old favourite. That's where I came from. We used to go looking for caterpillar spiders in the
she's moving. Oops, almost ended up on the floor. So, joys of having short legs, hey?
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor and councillors. As usual, we'll start with a few highlights from our board area. We are very happy to see that work has begun on the All Saints Burwood Community Facility, which is repurposing the old university foundry building. And it's also really awesome that the council initiative started by Carolyn Potter, Give Gear, Get Gear, deliver over 70 pairs of donated pairs of sports shoes to Haida Community Campus through with the support of Eastern Sports and Recreation. And over in the Linwood ward, compost isn't all bad. The University of Canterbury Compost Club were at the Linwood Community Gardens delivering their hot compost workshop for garden volunteers. Maybe they could teach Living Earth a thing or two. And we've also had our second Principals Breakfast Series. Representatives from 7 schools attended a breakfast hui with us on the 17th of July. And we're really lucky to have such committed principals on the east side. We look forward to our next breakfast and work through some common issues. And on to some advocacy. Firstly, I just wanted to draw your attention again to the Portlink development, which council officers have recommended public notification, and consequently the applicant has paused their application, which means more uncertainty and delays for the community who are continuing to experience noise, and they've given up complaining. Only a handful of them are now complaining. They're just waiting for the decision. There's more uncertainty and ongoing environmental inequity for Woolston. Also wanted to give a quick plug for Councillor Moore's notice of motion. Knowing when roads are closed, no matter who is closing them, is something that would be really helpful. Waka Kotahi are already looking at how they can improve communications with our board, and I don't think it's too much of an imposition to ask any party closing a road to let us know. Don't think it needs to be complicated. And also, it's now in the public realm that the council is looking at cutting or delaying a bunch of cycleways, including in the east. Currently, the east side is underserved by cycleways, as with many other things. The kids of the east need to be able to be safe on their bikes like everyone else. Please keep our cycleways. And Jackie.
Good morning, everyone. Now that I'm firmly on my chair and not running away, there wouldn't be a presentation from the Waitai Community Board without mention of the organics processing plant. And you'll all be aware that consultation has now opened for the interim solutions for the composting plant for the people in Bromley. I think it's unfortunate that in the first week of this being open, we've had numerous things in the media and on social media proposing long-term solutions. Now, there is a place for these long-term solutions to come into play, but this consultation is actually about the interim solutions, not long-term. And it's muddying the waters and thereby undermining the process why people and how people are actually looking at the submission process. So I do thank you, Phil, because I've seen your video that says it's all about the interim solution, and we're very aware of that. But I just want to remind everybody watching, this consultation is about finding an interim solution as quickly as possible for the people of Bromley, and the long-term solution comes afterwards. So if you can please focus your attention on the interim solutions and encourage people to submit on this. Paul and I are working with the Bromley people to increase submissions from that area, and we'd obviously encourage you to all to get people to submit on that. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want the process undermined and trust in the process undermined. Like, there's enough flexibility once we hear from the community to take a whole variety of options that achieve the goals that the community wants. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'll just say I wasn't at the opening of that new pump track down at the Bexley Reserve, but I went there last week, and it is phenomenal. And
did you have a ride?
Yes, I did. Yeah. And I didn't have a crash helmet on because I would have one big enough fit on my daft head. But it's world class. It really is. That they've spent a bit more money, and it is right there up there. And I'd suggest anyone wants to take their kids to wear them out, take them down there. It is very good.
It is fantastic. I was at the opening, and we did have a number of our board members go around the track. I wasn't one of them. I have difficulty with the short legs and bikes and things, so I didn't have a go, but maybe in the future on a trike, perhaps.
No, extremely good in your area. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Banks Peninsula, please.
Morena, kia ora koutou. Ko Lynn Toko Ingoa. I'm here with Penn today. It's my pleasure to be here and update you on all the happenings in Banks Peninsula. This month, the board approved 20 grants to organisations from Strengthening Communities Funds, plus the DRF grants, as you can see here. We had the ever popular Summer with Your Neighbours the Triennial Community Services Awards, where awesome individuals and groups are recognised for their significant voluntary services, and we need volunteers, so go volunteers. The Steadfast site, the board approved a lease to T.S. Godley and also approved consultation on a ground lease to the Cass Bay Residents Association with the aim to help locals get a community centre and help the Sea Cadets improve their historic facilities. A lease was also granted for the much anticipated Akaroa's men shed, and we are working on a proposed mobility park for Akaroa in the intersections of Rue Jolie and Selwyn Ave. In line with our board plan priorities, we are working with our communities to develop facilities with the aforementioned Akaroa men shed and the ground lease for the community facilities at Steadfast Cass Bay. And we are connecting Banks Peninsula groups to fundings with our Strengthening Communities Fund and the 2023-24 Discretionary Response Fund. Our community engagement this month, excuse me, the Reserve Committee induction meetings were held at Akaroa and Littleton. They were attended by 25 people from across the peninsula, where presentations from governance and parks staff explained the new Reserve Committee terms of reference, the handbook, and unveiled the new webpage, which will be super helpful with schedules, meeting minute templates, and plans at the fingertips of each Reserve Committee. A big focus for our team this month, as far as community engagement, has been the cruise season community meeting, co-hosted by the Community Board and Christchurch NZ. This well-attended open mic meeting heard locals express their thoughts and feelings about the impacts of this past cruise season and concern about future seasons. Clear feedback was received, with solutions being investigated, like providing passenger transport direct from the cruise berth into Christchurch, exploring real-time updates from cruise ships around timings, passenger numbers, and updates to the community, with the hope that will allow for easier rostering on the ground for local businesses and community planning. And lastly, to undertake a full cost-benefit analysis to the 2023-24 season, including resident satisfaction, visitor experience, environmental impact, economic impact, and including the consideration for proposed limits to the numbers of ships as well as number of passengers visiting at the same time and over the season. Just planning ahead. And in reference to the last picture, do we have the last picture on there? Yes. On the slides, the board had an inspiring visit to Waipuna Bush above Little River. We went on a short field trip hosted by Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. These thousands of hectares we looked at over onto are an example of the BP landowners and the Conservation Trust working together to covenant the land, allowing the land to regenerate into native forest and in time increase the biodiversity. And it's very exciting for the peninsula. Finally, I'd just like to say there's been so much on this month. I'd like to give a big shout out to all our staff. Thank you for going above and beyond. It is much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Toro.
Thanks, Lynn, for that presentation. Good to raise the cruise ship meeting. I've heard all sorts of weird and wonderful things about that meeting, that it was a political meeting, it is whatever, but it was a community board meeting with Christchurch NZ. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about what the community's views are. There's no, from what I can tell, there's no pro or anti cruise ship per se. It's more about the community don't want things done to them, but rather with them. Is that kind of how you'd perceive it?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the boards for their presentations. I'll now ask for the mover, who is Tim, and the seconder, who is Melanie, to receive the monthly reports. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Now move on to item 12, Community Board Part A reports. The first one, I'd like to get through these to morning tea if we can, while these guys are here. G'day, Angus. How you going? Is that Colin, is it? One? Yeah, good.
To introduce it or take it as read, we do have a comment about the board resolution.
Yeah, I'm more than happy with this, and I'm happy to move it and all sorts of things, but I just need a bit of clarity on item number 4.
Yeah, look, our recommendation is that's quite unworkable. It'd be difficult to. There's 6 neighbours that adjoin this property, so giving them all a first right of refusal is just unworkable and unpractical. So we would be recommending don't pass that.
But everything above that you're happy with?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, so I'll
That's
just
probably a question for the chief executive. So, is point 4 capable of being implemented? If not, should it be on the table?
So the advice from officers is that it's not capable, is what I'm hearing from Angus. Correct, Angus?
Yeah, we don't know how we would manage that. If you grant a first right of refusal to 6 people, how do you pick winners and losers from that process?
It's not so much the issue; it's the
whether it can
actually be implemented. Then can it even be considered? Yeah. So we probably need to get.
And because we want to be transparent, if it's a public auction or whatever, if anyone puts their hand up, that's the easiest way out of it. So we don't want to be caught in the gun at all.
Yeah, well, our practice is to sell properties on an open, transparent and public process, so the neighbours could participate in that.
Nothing stopping them, is
Nothing stopping them.
Okay.
We're just saying favouring them is not practical and would be quite unmanageable because there's quite a number of them.
Okay. Did you have a question, Pauline? No? Okay, so do we suggest that we take... They're just checking as we speak.
So, Mr Mayor, advice is quite clear because it can't actually be physically implemented. Number 4 will need to be struck out.
Okay. All right. So if item 4 is struck out, I'm happy to move it. Tim's happy to second it. Is there any debate? Nope. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. The next one, item 13, I think we all know where that is. I'm happy to move that. And James is happy to second it. Is there any discussion? Any debate? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Item 14, Athol Waimari safety improvements that Helen alluded to in her. Sam, move it, and Mark seconding it. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
2 more.
2 more. Committee Part A reports. Central City Parking Restrictions Committee terms of reference and delegations. Jake's happy to move it. Kelly's happy to second it. Any questions? Any debate? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. And the monitoring of water quality for contact recreation around Sam. Thank you, Sam's happy to move. And oh, sorry, it's hard to tell you apart. So Tyrone is moving it, and Sam's happy to second it. So Yanni's got a question. This on number 16, is it, Yanni?
Yeah. Is there stuff at the table?
Nigel Grant and Veronica Seferino.
I just wanted to know if this extends to the Apawaho Heathcote River, given that there's been huge issues with water quality, contamination, toxic chemical spills, etc. I think the recommendations are really good. I just want to make sure that there's also scope for this to be being done in other parts of our catchments, which...
Could we ask staff to come back with
so
that?
That's in the Christchurch West Melton zone, though, so this is being exponential.
Yep. So, okay, that'll answer that. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So, I'm not allowed we're having smoke. I've got to say it's tea break. Tea break. So, we will come back here 11:30.
11:30?
11:30 on the dot.
On the dot, please, members.
11:28. Hey everybody, welcome back.
Yeah.
We'll now hear from our Water Management Zone committees. And I'd like to welcome Gina, the Banks Peninsula Chair, Annabelle and Mike, Chair and Deputy Chair of the Christchurch West Melton, and Matt Dodson, Deputy Chair for Selwyn, please. Welcome.
Could you put your mic on, please? No, you've just switched it off.
Okay, Morena, welcome and nice to see you on a beautiful spring day in Otautahi. So just an update of what the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee has been doing since we last spoke to you. So I feel like we've actually been super busy, and we've been, key focus has been working with others in partnership, advocating for ongoing commitment and action through the agencies on the issues that we have identified, information sharing and support to our communities, education and awareness to the broader community, or especially around stormwater, and basically we've been having an impact to improve the health of our urban waterways. One of the key activities was our erosion and sediment control workshop in April, which was our joint workshop with the Banks Peninsula Zone Committee, the Christchurch West Melton Water Management Zone Committee, and the Whakaora Healthy Harbour. So this is really a coming together on a common issue and to try and get some solutions around this. It was a huge turnout from the community and agencies and experts, and it was really a where were we at and where do we need to go to. Looking forward, there's been a huge amount of work that's been done, and looking at the opportunities for collaboration. And out of that workshop there were some key areas of focus and that we needed to work on, and that was, there's a whole lot of information in people's heads who are working in this space, and we need to get that practical knowledge and to be able to share that practical knowledge and to be useful and to document it. The opportunities for advocacy, especially around erosion and sediment control, and this is an ongoing and in the LTP and annual plan process. To keep an eye on the City Council $9 million Port Hills and Lyttelton Harbour erosion and sediment control project and have an input into that. To work with Banks Peninsula Zone Committee around the soil conservation program on Banks Peninsula and the development of a Port Hills plan.
The Zone Committee has, as you probably are aware, made a number of recommendations and presentations to Council about the need to improve erosion and sediment control across our catchments, particularly on the Port Hills and the Opawaho. I must say the City Council seems to be responding very constructively to those recommendations, and we thank you for that. Consequently, we're looking forward to, at our November meeting, a joint presentation by Environment Canterbury and the City Council officers on where they're at with their erosion and sediment control programs. So we're looking there for what they're doing now and where they may be going to improve those. And we certainly are supporting the initiative from Council about development of a Port Hills plan, particularly tackling erosion and sediment control, amongst other things. I'll speak a bit later about the Healthy Water Bodies Action Plan.
I just want to take the time now just to focus on one of the actions that came out of that joint workshop, which was the proposed Port Hills plan. And just to say that I'm aware that it's in Council and the Parks Department and with staff considering this, but we just really want to recommend that to get an overall outcomes for our waterways, this plan needs to be integrated and it needs community involvement. And the overarching principle of Te Mana o Te Wai needs to be where the health of our water bodies is a first priority, needs to be considered, and for all the actions and management, this needs to be what we're seeking to achieve, our healthy waterways. And a ki utai ki tai approach of integrated, there's a whole lot of agencies, there's issues, and it all needs to be integrated together. Therefore, we need a partnership between agencies, mana whenua, landowners and community, and the integration of all the issues. The process and the development of the Port Hills plan is also really important. It needs to be inclusive and participatory, and the process is as important as the outcome. And so you need to community needs to be brought along with it as well, and I can't stress that enough. And recognising and acknowledging that there's a huge amount of work that's being done in this area. There's amazingly strong relationships that need to be maintained and built on. So just to be aware of that. And some of the issues that need to be integrated, so there's obviously erosion and sediment loss from the Port Hills to our waterways, soil conservation and erosion management, the protection and restoration of biodiversity and native habitats, the management of invasive weeds and pests, the management of fire risk, appropriate recreation use, appropriate land use, and the protection of landscape values. So the scope of this plan is quite large, and we are concerned that if it just sits within parks, that the scope is not broad enough. But we really want to address the idea that those conversations need to be happening now, and the process is happening now.
We certainly, the Zone Committee was, I think, one of the first members of the Community Waterways Partnership for Christchurch, and as a body, we're strongly supportive of that, and we're contributing to its deliberations and HUIs in a meaningful way. We will continue to do that, and we have the opportunity to also to utilise our action plan and how we orientate our modest budget towards supporting initiatives coming from that partnership members towards healthier waterways. So again, we applaud the Council's role in facilitating, coordinating the functioning of that partnership, a difficult task given there's over 50 members, but an essential task nonetheless. Thank you. And then I'd like to turn to probably what's one of our important issues, and that is the Council's initiative and the recent development and release to that Community Waterways Partnership of the draft Healthy Water Bodies Action Plan for the waterways of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. It's quite a technical document, well crafted, consistent with the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management. So this is the initial feedback stage. So the Zone Committee is very interested to continue supporting the development of that action plan over time through a collaborative partnership. We expect it to run concurrent, if not just slightly behind the bigger developments, I suppose, of the regional policy statement for Canterbury, facilitated by Environment Canterbury. And we look forward to contributing our views into that, both its construction and the actions required to make a real difference over some years.
Be aware that there is a regional education awareness campaign about protecting our waterways and stormwater awareness around stormwater. And there's been a range of media avenues. You'll see when you read stuff, you often see one of these ads popping up. And we've also provided these templates to the community groups to use for their advocacy and education and awareness. And this initially started as a campaign last year with the Zone Committee, Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee, and it's now been extended to a regional campaign.
In the same vein, the committee continues its annual Stormwater Superhero Awards program. We're trying to make it bigger and better, higher profile, get the message out more broadly. So this year we've actually added a separate category for land development, both commercial and urban. And we would thank the City Council for their commitment to support a sort of an awards ceremony towards the end of the year, which I understand, correct me Mayor if I'm wrong, that you may in fact help us with that award ceremony. And again, thank you for that.
The Zone Committee has been a part of the ECAN Regional Policy Statement engagement, so we acknowledge the huge job that ECAN has around the development of the Regional Policy Statement in line with the Te Mana Aotuai, and with the new priority of freshwater as the first priority, and with new national policy statements. And we saw a need in that engagement process for community groups to try and to support them in their engagement and understanding. And so we facilitated a workshop with the aid of the Environment Canterbury engagement team and planners. We brought together, there was about 30 community groups that came together, and we went through the whole plan and facilitated 2 workshops, a morning workshop and an afternoon workshop, and around water and coastal issues, and setting a vision for freshwater going forward. And there's more stages of engagement around this regional policy statement, and we also see there'll be a key role for the Zone Committee in facilitating and increasing community awareness and enabling people to provide good feedback on that policy statement to align with people's visions.
And finally, it's worth noting that the Zone Committee continues to look at its action plan and adjusting it, and we have, in fact, revised it for this year, and in my view, it's more focused, more deliberately on achieving clearer results. And we've, with our modest $75,000 budget, we've started the process of soliciting applications from community groups for grant funding for their various projects, and we're looking at some funds that we require ourselves for our own initiatives. So that's well in progress.
And we just want to say a big thank you to Shona Slews and Katiki Royale, who were part of the committee and have now moved on, and we want to welcome Amber Moki, who's the new Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki representative on the committee, and we look forward to working with Amber. So thank you very much.
Right, we're done.
Questions?
Paul, Councillor Cotter.
That's an excellent report, thank you. And thank you for recognising the work that the council was doing, City Council, with you on the erosion and sediment control. And just to reiterate, you were saying that that's actually proving to be effective in your report, that actually the work is actually doing something.
For me, I think the signs are good. We were on the right track of developing a close relationship. I think there's a mood for improving erosion and sediment control, both with Environment Canterbury and the City Council, because they operate collectively on some of those issues. And the Port Hills Initiative, again, potentially could be a serious program building on existing commitments to really make a big difference.
Yeah, I know that these are huge pieces of work that are not going to happen overnight, but I think I found your comments really encouraging.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it is great that there's, that the conversations are happening, and I think that's what's really important, that the conversations are moving forward, and we will continue to advocate, and the council will come up with your response as well, but it's working together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Templeton.
Kia ora, thanks so much for that. I'm actually looking to move it, but with an additional resolution, just that, here we go, the council staff work closely with stakeholders, the community and the community board in the development of the Port Hills Management Plan. And just like that.
In the zone.
In the zone committee, you're quite right. That's kind of in the stakeholders, but I'd like to specify it because actually you're right, because you're the ones who... Yeah, so this is something that the community board have already discussed around the table as well for many years, and about having that really, really good process and involving all of those groups that are involved on the Port Hills to make sure that we get the best outcomes and have a really robust process. Yeah, and in fact, community boards, because it does cross two community board areas, mostly in one, but there's a section down the other end.
I think it might be appropriate to say the relevant community boards.
And can I just reinforce that process has started already? It's starting. The conversations need to be happening now with staff as well.
That's right.
Okay, well, good.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Johansson.
I just want to check, have the zone committees been engaged with council over the development of the LTP?
We haven't provided feedback yet, no, but that's on our list of things to do, in October we're going to start looking at that.
Okay, I wonder if we could just, given what we've heard yesterday, if we could try and just add a resolution to sort of formalise that approach. Just concerned that we've got quite far down the track.
It's what we do naturally.
Well, in the past I don't think we have.
Yeah, that's what we do.
So...
Right, Pauline's happy. Sorry, you got any more questions, Yanni, please?
Well, I mean, councillors will recall the changes we saw yesterday, quite significant in some of the space. So I feel like, we had a conversation yesterday, and now we've got the conversation today, which is kind of quite contrary. So
We also have representatives on those committees, so I think we've got a good connection.
Yeah. And can I just ask, in terms of the, there's obviously some really clear recommendations from the Zone Committee for the Banks Peninsula, but in terms of West Melton, the whole monitoring of the urban water quality, and this will be no surprise, but obviously the concern around toxic chemical spills into the river and the lack of a coordinated approach to understanding, monitoring, finding out what actually happened. Has the Zone Committee for West Melton had any sort of thoughts on the similar issues that the Banks Peninsula one has? And I'm just, I guess, interested to know if there's a work program to kind of address those gaps, or whether we can learn from what's being requested from Banks Peninsula to apply that to West Melton?
Well, one of the key actions is around reducing contaminants in our waterways, and the Stormwater Superhero campaign is linked to that, and the process to date of if there is a toxic spill, that is under the ECAN process of working out where that's come from and reporting on that, and we have asked for feedback on issues that have happened around that. But yes, there's always room for improvement, and we can but we definitely have a focus. That's what the Stormwater Superhero Awards, and a focus on reducing contaminants. And Mike and I have actually, part of that campaign, have been going around Hayton Stream and talking to businesses and encouraging businesses to enter, and just making them aware of that the stormwater flows into Hayton Stream and into the Ōpāwaho. So there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done there, which is being done by staff at the moment.
Good answer. I think we're all thinking we're heading in the right direction. Paul, Councillor Cotter is more than happy to move it, and Councillor Templeton probably going to second it.
Swap it round.
Second. So we've got a mover and seconder. Have we got any debate, please?
Just a quick question of the wording. Should it not specify iwi as well?
A good call. Yep.
Sorry, just
Yep.
I think we're still set to hear from the Banks Peninsula Water Management Zone Committee as well. Yeah. So.
Okay. Right. So everyone happy with that? Thank you for that, Aaron.
Don't forget we've got to hear from Banks Peninsula.
So there's another Water Management Zone Committee presenting. So
yes.
2 more Water Management Zone Committees presenting. Thank you.
Oh, so we don't do it all yet. Thank you. I'm just trying to get ahead of myself. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing from us today. I'll take the report as read, and I just want to focus on 2 issues that I'd like to raise today. They are the Port Hills Plan, largely reiterating what the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee has advocated for, and the Birdlings Flat water supply. But first, I'd also like to introduce Trudy Bishop, who is our Deputy Chair, who's with me today, and also to welcome Tori Peden onto the committee as a co-opted member following her previous contributions as the Chair of the Banks Peninsula Community Board. And I'd also like to thank Aurora Smith, the Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki Rapaki Runanga representative, who has made a great contribution over the years, as well as 2 years as Deputy Chair. So with regards to the Port Hills Plan, while the Zone Committee is primarily concerned with water quality and biodiversity and the things that influence those like sediment and erosion control, I am aware that a number of other groups, including the Summit Road Society and Summit Road Authority, have advocated for a Port Hills Plan for many years, and their concerns include how the Summit Road and the Port Hills are managed. There is an opportunity here to develop a holistic plan that envisions what we want the Port Hills to be in the future, and that should include how the Port Hills are used by visitors and for recreation, how land is managed, including development controls, to provide support for landscape scale restoration, and to enable a coordinated approach to address issues like fire risk and antisocial behaviour, covering the whole area with one integrated plan, including both private and public land, including the council reserves and other council land. So I encourage council to develop a plan that results in an umbrella organisation that is driven not just by council, but also by Ngā Runanga and other key community groups and agencies. There are many groups working in the area, such as the Kashmir Stream Care Group, Banks Peninsula Conservation Trusts, Te Kākahu Kahukura Initiative, Summit Road Society, Apawa Heathcote River Network, Avon Heathcote Estuary Ihutai Trust, Whakaora landowners, and possibly with support from businesses as well. So there are many ways that a Port Hills Plan could take shape. For example, it could be modelled after the Whakaora Healthy Harbour Initiative and Whakarapo Littleton Harbour, or it might be that Te Kākahu Kahukura becomes a vehicle for this, or it could be something else. We can have an integrated plan that guides all users and landowners so that we have a real biodiversity jewel in the crown of Christchurch, a place with thriving biodiversity, clean water coming off the hills into the estuary and harbour, which will help council meet its stormwater consent conditions and increase resilience to climate change, capture carbon, great recreational facilities, as well as the general enjoyments of the parks and reserves and views across Christchurch. So that's also addressing community well-being, improving mental and physical health, and drawing visitors to the city. The second issue I'd like to raise is the chlorination of the Birdlings Flat water supply. We had members from the community speak to us during our August meeting, raising their concerns. Birdlings Flat is a very small and close-knit community, and they organised a survey of residents, with the result being that no one wants their water supply to be chlorinated. They feel that the deep bore on Kaitariti Spit, together with UV treatment that they have had, should be sufficient, especially given that this water supply serves less than 500 people. They believe they have a good case for an exemption to chlorination, and if they can't get an exemption, then perhaps nobody can. The community members that spoke to us are also sceptical of some of the assessment and monitoring work that's been done, and feel that an independent, satisfactory and fair assessment of risk is needed. They're frustrated that the Water Services regulator Taumata Arawai will not open a discussion with them, and they seem to be unwilling to communicate with communities on their concerns and take them on a journey. The community have simply been told that the water supplier can apply for an exemption, and this has left the Birdlings Flat community feeling powerless, vulnerable and pretty upset really. Councillor Fields has been working in communication with the Birdlings Flat residents, and I encourage council to further support the Birdlings Flat community with their concerns over chlorination and in applying for an exemption to chlorination. I'd also like to note that this new regulatory environment has the potential to put large costs on the provision of drinking water in places like Banks Peninsula, where we have many small public and private community supplies, and community concerns are likely to continue to emerge as some of these smaller schemes come under scrutiny in the future. So in summary, the Banks Peninsula Water Zone Committee supports the development of an integrated Port Hills plan, and I encourage you to make sure it's an overarching holistic plan with a clear vision for the future that covers all issues and results in an umbrella organisation to bring groups working in the area together and to act as a vehicle for funding and coordination of work. The committee also supports the Birdlings Flat community in their goal to gain an exemption to chlorination of their water supply, and encourage council to assist them in that. And before I close, I'd also like to mention that we have advertised for applications for our action plan budget for projects that help improve water management, enhance biodiversity or engage the community, and we typically take both applications from private landowners and community organisations, and we're hoping to get most applications by 15th of September. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, thank you. Look, if you do get an exemption from Te Mata Arawai, please let the rest of New Zealand know how you do it.
Well, we're hoping that council will
help us in that.
Yeah, will help us in that, and also just to engage in dialogue with the communities, because I think they also feel unheard, and you know they're not getting that dialogue with Taumata Arawai, so I think it's really needs to be done through council potentially.
It's a really sensitive issue because, you know, we've spent a lot trying to get there, and then the goalposts keep moving. That's my personal opinion, and I don't think it's fair in any community. So, good, yeah, we will do our best for you, and I know that Tara's been working really hard on it, but goalposts keep moving.
Okay, Councillor Johansson.
I don't know if it's a question for you or more of our staff, but I was just keen to know, like in the report, there's a number of sort of CWMS targets, but when I look at the ECAM website, I see a lot of them are not met. I'm just wondering, is there anything that we have like for the peninsula that shows what the actual targets are and what the level of progress is towards meeting them? Because I see the actions, but I don't see the clear measurement about we've not met the target, we have met the target, how are we tracking?
It's probably a better staff question, but I'm not sure that anyone's here today.
No, there isn't anyone.
I know that the reporting for the zone committee has not specifically matching targets with the outcomes, but I think there are still monitoring reports being done. But yeah, I'm not sure of the details. Sorry.
So do the zone committees get, like, do you get a copy of the monitoring report around the targets, and then get asked for feedback around what's being done to meet those targets if they're not being met?
We typically work more to our action plan and the zone implementation program, and then I guess what we work to sort of feeds up into that sort of region-wide monitoring. But yeah, we're not specifically for Banks Peninsula looking at how we're meeting those targets. It's more through our action plan. Is
because reading the ECAN targets, reading the ECAN targets is quite depressing because a lot of them haven't been met. But I see all the good work that you're doing, which was incredible, and I'm really delighted to see. But I just feel like there's this disconnect. So I'm trying to understand how we can kind of get visibility of that.
Yeah, we've got one or two questions each, and you've had them.
Yeah, okay.
Thank
so
you.
Maybe, I don't know if anyone...
And
yeah, I don't think staff are here that would probably be best to get a clearer answer for them.
Thank you very much.
Well done. So you now have Matt Dobson.
Thank you.
Yep. Selwyn Zone Committee.
Good morning, kia ora. My name is Matt Dodson. I'd like to have an apology for Les, who's currently giving a very similar presentation to the Selwyn District Council. And I'd also like to, you probably all know Marie. Marie's a new member of our committee, and along with Kane Tuwari, who is a Rupaki Runanga rep. As a committee, we'd love to welcome and really looking forward to seeing your experience and connections to our areas. Some of you may be wondering why the Selwyn Te Waihora zone are presenting to the Christchurch City Council, and the reason being that the top of the Horsewall pokes its head into our zone. So the top of the catchment is within Selwyn and then flows into Christchurch West Mountain.
Just the whole Horsewall River catchment is within the zone committee area.
Okay. So this is actually my first presentation. I didn't realise I could do a PowerPoint, so I'm going to read off a piece of paper. But I'm sure that'll be fine. And I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. So one of the things that we've been doing over the last couple of months is getting a lot of information from different groups around groundwater and surface water and different technologies and research that have been undertaken in the Selwyn Te Waihora zone. And this is building up our understanding of how these systems work and how water is moving from, say, rivers through to groundwater and down to spring-fed streams. We've had kind of presentations from Selwyn District Council biodiversity officers and other kind of interested groups around their activities within the zone. And I see one of the functions of the Selwyn Zone Committee as being kind of coordinating a lot of these efforts and kind of asking questions on behalf of the community and of the councils that we are committed to. At the end of last financial year, we had as Mike said, a modest budget to hand out to local owners for planting and the like. We're very pleased to be able to support a number of those projects. One in particular being Boat Creek Restoration Project on the edge of the Raikaia River. Out of your patch, I understand, but if you ever get down there, it's really worth a look. That's a community group. They've come together under a great organisation and done some really great things. We've also been supporting Ellesmere Agriculture Incorporated on a number of projects, particularly around wetland projects, restorations of wetlands within the zone, and helping funding some of their coordination of their staff. And also some kids discovery plant out days, particularly in the top of the Horsewall. As the other committees have talked about, this year we're getting $75,000 to provide funding to local groups. We are also advertising. We are currently advertising coming back on the 29th of September. We have already allocated approximately $3,000 to a curiosity day for regenerative farming on the Selwyn Plains, run by Quorum Sense. But we're looking for kind of to advertising and allocate that money as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I want to note that that funding can be used for community-led initiatives, not just community-based projects as well. The committee is involved in a number of other organisations. Of note is the Coes Forward Working Group. You may have remember all the uproar around the Coes Forward a few years ago around kind of drinking and swimmability. So our members are actively participating in that group. The Rakaia Catchment Environmental Enhancement Society. So as part of then Trustpower's consent conditions, they're providing a certain amount of money to fund community-led projects within the Rakaia catchment. And of course, that connection into the Wairakura Te Waro Te Waira governance group and the work that Ngā Tahu and local landowners, Selwyn and Christchurch City Council are doing in that space. One of the things that I really want to kind of talk about is that we're a relatively new committee. The committee itself has been going since 2009, but we're quite a new membership. And this, to me, is an opportunity to start looking at our priorities and start really kind of fixing in on things that we really want to do. So we've had some brainstorming themes sessions, and I think what really came out is kind of trying to get the community at the heart of our decisions and trying to get involvement and presence within the community. Collaborating and engaging and sharing our knowledge. There's a group of people that are very knowledgeable in our committee, Marie and others, who have a lot of experience to kind of share. I think some of the key focuses that came out of that was continuing on with some community drinking water testing. So there's a handheld nitrate probe that we can use where people kind of bring in their water supplies and we can kind of give them a sense of the quality in that. We really want to use that as an opportunity to talk not only about nitrates, that is a contaminated concern, but there is other things in water that people should be and need to be aware of. We're also looking at doing a bus trip around the Horseville, and this is to connect with people around those. Yep, indeed, yeah. To connect with people around the waterways and like-minded individuals and promote projects in the catchments. So we have support from Councillor Gideon, and she's working with the Upper Selwyn apologies. So one of the STC's councillors is also looking at building a community group in the top of the Selwyn catchment, and she's actively kind of working with on that, and we're trying to support her in that fiction. Coming back, so my notes are a little bit out of order. I just want to kind of acknowledge Councillor Moore for providing some support for that bus trip and
planning workshop.
And the workshop, yeah. And my last point will be around kind of regional policy statement, and maybe I could address some of your questions that you had, Yanni. So the NPS and the new freshwater kind of statements have an obligation for regional councils basically to go back and look at their plans. Environment Canterbury have chosen to look at their RPS between now and 2024. That RPS affects not only rural communities but actually district councils and urbans too. It sets out things around, stormwater and expectations around services and things like that. So it's something that we all should be really interested in. It sets that vision for going forward. And our zone committee are participating in that process. And as it continues, we're hoping to kind of get into the community and be a just I guess going back to those questions around targets and measurements, there is a report produced by Environment Canterbury that does individual targets and measurements for that. That's Canterbury-wide. Each zone committee has a little bit of a different process. So in Selwyn Te Wairoa, we went through a thing called a zone implementation program, which was basically setting out, looking at the current state of the catchment, what were the issues, and then setting out an action plan to resolve those issues. Part of that goes into the regional plan, into nutrient limits and setting on-farm limits, and part of that is encouraging landowners and people to look after their own waterways and encourage them through planting or looking after riparian management. At this phase of that planning kind of cycle, I see our role is more supporting the community to get those projects underway. This RPS, though, is the opportunity to really kind of have to influence the way that regulation will come forward. And the next first phase after that will be the development of the regional plan for the Canterbury region. So that's me. Thank you very much for allowing us to talk. It's been a real privilege for me. And if there's any questions, I'd love to take them.
Thank you very much, Matt. Councillor Cotter, please.
Kia ora, thank you so much for the report. I'm just wondering, has your committee ever discussed the recognised maximum acceptable value for nitrates in the water at 11.3 milligrams per litre? Because I noticed in the report you're talking about from Environment Canterbury, there are 26% of the wells that they tested had concentrations above half of the MAV, and 13% had concentrations above the 13.3. Have you ever queried that? Because I know that our council has queried that with the Ministry of Health.
Sure.
And asked them to look at that and reduce because it's quite controversial that it's way too high.
Yeah. So I think my background was actually in hydrogeology. So this is something I've been kind of privy to for the last few years. My personal opinion is that the science is still developing. There is some really good work coming out of Europe around what concentrations and the effects on cancer, and particularly in bowel cancer. I think there is a lot of work to be done. There is some great work being done in New Zealand right now in the University of Otago and Victoria. That 11.3 is based on blue baby syndrome. So it's meant to protect pregnant women and babies consuming water and then having some adverse effect.
Do you know when those studies will be completed, the Otago one particularly?
I imagine they'll take probably 5-10 years to come through, and there's going to be a lot of debate around them. I think it's very topical. I suspect you'll hear from multiple sides arguing that different what would be an appropriate value.
So basically your committee won't be doing anything until you get some confirmed results for New Zealand studies?
I'd imagine so.
Yeah, okay.
I think the other thing I'd say is that with the NPSFN, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater, they've set some specific limits that are much lower than the MAV, and that's around protection of ecology and values.
Which are far more sensitive than humans to nitrates.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Okay, just one question for me. Can you go back on that presentation? Is that your department?
What's that, sorry?
The presentation? Oh,
somewhere
in there was a photo and it said "report this." Okay, it was a picture of a some drain there. So when it says "report it," what are we meaning there? Because that I know that particular sump has actually got it's got filter fabric put in the sump to stop stuff going in. What I don't want to do is put something out there and have every man and their dog running around, oh, we've got to report this when it's not really an issue. We've just got to be careful what we put out there, because you might end up with so much stuff back when someone's already making a good effort to do that. Just be a wee careful.
So that's actually Christchurch, West Mountain.
Yeah, but yeah. You speak the same language. Yeah, I'm just putting it there. Yes, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to put that out there. So, Andre, have you got a question? Sorry, okay. So we have a mover and seconder for this. Is there any debate? Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the work that our zone committees do. I think, we get a lot of information around very specific projects that they're involved with, which is great. But I do think as a council, we do need maybe to talk to ECAN about how we're monitoring the targets. And to give you a really clear example, one of the targets for freshwater species and their habitat is an upward trend in diversity and abundance of native fish populations. Now, according to ECAN's monitoring, that target has not been met, and they say that they do not conduct regular fish monitoring to enable us to show if we're meeting the goal. However, the data they do have from 2017 Department of Conservation shows that the freshwater fishes continue to decline. And for those of us who are aware of toxic chemical spills into rivers and are interested in understanding what the impact is, it's quite hard when we're not measuring it or monitoring it to know how progress is being made against this target. Despite all the really good work that the local zone committees are doing, it does seem that if you're not measuring something, it's very hard to know if you're making progress. So, I think there's so much more that we need to get in terms of just an understanding of how all the local work is feeding into meeting the bigger targets. And if we're not measuring the bigger targets, then what do we need to do in partnership with ECAN to make sure that they are being met? I just am absolutely staggered that we had a toxic chemical spill where hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of fish were killed, but we've had no environmental impact assessment of what the consequence has been, other than just anecdotal evidence that people have self-reported. So there's a lot of really good work going on. I think the other thing that's really concerning to me is, that we need to try and, I think, work at an earlier stage around our LTP development with our zone committees, because obviously I know that things like the Port Hills Plan and sediment and erosion control are really, really important. But when we have the presentation yesterday that is publicly available now that shows that some of those budgets are being cut or deferred, then it does, I think, not get a good outcome where we can kind of work together. So I think we need to look at what those opportunities are, I think, as part of the LTP co-development with our zone committees, to ensure that the things that they think are important towards meeting our targets are being funded and being put on budget. And I think their expertise and their knowledge at a local level is really important. So, I think that's a work in progress, and hopefully we can look forward. But I just did want to acknowledge the huge amount of work that the zone committees do. I'm happy to say I was pretty sceptical of the model when it was first established, but I've been proven very wrong. I think the local work that they do is really super, and it's really good to see. I just think we need to take a bit of a higher level around understanding how we're meeting the Canterbury water management targets.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald. And then,
thank you. I just wanted to clarify something around the talk of cuts in Three Waters, because I think for people that haven't seen yesterday's presentation, which is now publicly available, it may give the impression that actually the council staff have been away and cutting significantly from budgets. And I just kind of think that actually when we're looking at this kind of thing, the reality is we're working through a system as a collective council, and it's really unfair on the council officials who, after we have instructed them through a letter of expectation to go away and do preliminary work, get to a position where they're beaten up basically in public around cutting budgets. I do not think that's acceptable. And I mean, I know you can't rule that kind of thing out of order, but it's not helpful for the general conduct of council to imply that we're cutting money from Three Waters when all we're doing is having LTP discussions based off staff advice.
thank you. Councillor Scandrick.
Yeah, thank you. I'd reiterate that it's nothing has been cut or deferred. It's for the public to decide through the long-term plan. We have just asked our staff to put up options for us to discuss with the public of Christchurch. So I just want to reiterate that and make that very clear. And it's incredibly hard for all of us if we're sniping at each other and at staff, and because there's something we don't agree with. I do think I would really like a. Sorry,
one time. Wait.
I'd actually, if we could, have a meeting with elected members with ECAN and really understand what the process is and what's happening with our waterways, because I do agree that there has to be a better oversight and understanding to support the zone committees. I do apologise for the discussion about the long-term plan. You certainly don't deserve that, and thank you very much to you all for the work you do.
Thank you. And with that, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Thank you.
Central Plains.
Okay, Central Plains Water Trust. We've got Pat and Susan, please. Hello.
Kia ora, good morning. My name's Rob Lawrence. I'm a trustee.
Good. So you know.
I'm standing in for our indisposed chairperson who is recovering in one of our great medical facilities at this moment. So I'd like to introduce the team. We've got Susan Goodfellow with the CE of Central Plains Water Limited, Grant Miller, the chairperson, and Lydia Gillen, one of our counselors from Selwyn. So I'm going to turn over to Susan to give the presentation and then to update you on some of the activities that are happening with Central Plains.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. We've been asked specifically to talk about water quality and the impacts potentially of the influence of Central Plains water on the city groundwater. And we'll address that. There's a lot we could tell you, and I have included in the slide deck a lot of background information if you're interested. But I thought, given there's some new faces around the table, it might be worthwhile starting off with bringing you up to speed on the Central Plains Water Limited structure, including the Central Plains Water Trust, for those who may not be aware. So the Central Plains Water Trust is a charitable trust. The settlers of the trust are yourselves, the City Council, and the Selwyn District Council, 50-50 share. And that was established in May 2000. The CPW Trust holds the consents, and the trustees were appointed by councillors in April 2003. And Central Plains Water Limited, which was established in June 2003, just after the trust, we licensed the resource consents to take and use water for irrigation from the Central Plains Water Trust. And we're required to report annually to the trust on our performance in relation to the consent conditions. And that includes the sustainability report that you have at hand. And our Central Plains Water Limited is made up of a board of 8 directors and 21 staff. Central Plains Water Limited has 400 shareholders, and they set out to raise funds to obtain the consents and then construct and operate the scheme. And the business model that Central Plains Water Limited run is cost recovery, which is essentially the cost to run the business and the significant debt, which is about $325 million for the infrastructure that was built from 2016 through to 2018. Just a little bit around who we are and what we do. We're going to be around for a very long time. Our infrastructure will be in the ground for over 100 years. And as a result of that, we have a long-term vision around what we will be doing and the potential of what we can deliver to our shareholders and the community. We're multi-generational, obviously, at 100 years, and the scheme is valued at over $400 million. We see the infrastructure. We have 2 intakes, one on the Waimakariri River and one on the Rakaia River. Our Rakaia River intake is the most significant, which supplies the stage 1 and 2 of the scheme, which I'll show you shortly. And an underground distribution network with about 400 kilometres of pipe. So when you travel through the central Canterbury area, you really don't see too much of the scheme. A lot of it's underground, but if you laid the pipe end on end, you can go from Christchurch to Dunedin. So it's quite a significant piece of infrastructure. And what we recognise is that while we deliver water for irrigation supply right now, that network is a huge value to the broader Canterbury community, central Canterbury and Christchurch, and we're really interested in looking at what that means for climate resilience, and particularly in relation to potable water in the future, and how that might plug in, so to speak, to future resilience of drinking water. This might be 10, 20, 50 years down the track for Christchurch community. And when we think about what's happened in Hawke's Bay, it's really important to take that long-term view and start to build that vision together. So that's an opportunity we look forward to perhaps discussing in the future. We currently supply the run-of-river water from the Waimakariri and Rakaia River, as I mentioned, to 263 farms, and we irrigate 45,000 hectares. Our consent allows us to irrigate up to 60,000 hectares, but we currently manage, of that 45,000 hectares, some of those farmers also irrigate with groundwater or have dry land, and we manage their whole farm in terms of compliance reporting. And so that area is 71,000 hectares. So our command area is 100,000 hectares, so we have quite a large management footprint within our command area. And moving forward to the future, as I said, we're looking to leverage the scheme infrastructure to do other things, and that includes looking at how we can reduce our carbon footprint and looking at renewable energy. And we're going through the process right now of a solar farm, a small solar farm that will support the generation for one of our pump stations in our Sheffield scheme off the Waimakere River. So we're looking to the future and constantly looking at how we can improve and add value. The scheme area here, I was going to say it's the black line, but up the top near Sheffield it's the white line. But if you can sort of trace your finger around the absolute outline of the map in front of you, is the scheme command area. We developed in 3 stages. So the southern stage is stage 1, 20,000 hectares with the yellow pipes and the purple headrace canal that comes in off the Rakaia River. So that you would see that. You fly over the scheme, you'll see that. Or if you park at the end of Leeches Road, you will see our canal, our headrace canal. And the remainder of it is all underground network. There's a small 2 million cubic metre storage pond up in the Sheffield area. So we commenced construction in 2014 and we completed all of the stages by 2018. It was important that prior to commencing the irrigation, we undertook implementing 2 years prior 20 fully screened bores across the scheme area, and we started monitoring 29 surface water sites from the foothills right down into Lake Ellesmere, Te Waihora. And so we had that data of existing environment before we started irrigating, and that was a requirement of the scheme. Just FYI, there's the Selwyn River that runs just slightly north of that red line on the stage 2 area. When we were constructing, we had the opportunity to work with ECAN and build in what we call a near river recharge piece of infrastructure, which is basically an offtake to our main pipe that goes underground. It's about 2.5 metres diameter, and that can discharge around 3.5 cubics into the Selwyn River just off to the side of the river. And what that does is it increases the lowland flows into Coast Ford and the lowland streams. It's been used once. We've gone through a very wet period in the last 2 or 3 years and haven't needed to use it, but it's a really important tool in our toolbox as a community to help augment those lowland stream flows. And a really interesting point, it's the largest near river recharge project in the world that has been designed specifically for environmental outcomes. So it's not about augmenting the Selwyn River so you can abstract water for irrigation. It's not about that. It's purely to help augment and improve those lowland stream flows.
It's really interesting to watch water go into the ground and disappear with that recharge system. So something to look forward to.
Thanks, Rob. I'd just like to highlight, you'll see the red line towards Christchurch that basically cuts the scheme command area off from the Christchurch West Melton zone. And that was very deliberate because it's a different groundwater zone, a different aquifer, and it was really important that the scheme command area did not encroach on that physical landscape. So why Central Plains? And I think this is something that we can link back to the Canterbury Water Management Strategy in the first instance. The Canterbury Water Management Strategy and what dropped out of that, which was the zone plans, and in particular, in our case, the Selwyn Waihora zone plan, recognised that the command area, the broader Selwyn Waihora zone, was over-allocated in terms of groundwater abstraction. So all the consents had been issued and it was fully allocated. And that was a real problem in terms of groundwater levels. And we were having a lot of lowland streams drying up, and that was affecting ecological values. Nutrients, nitrates, for example, were becoming more concentrated. So it was really important to look at what is the mechanism to provide farmers with an alternative supply for irrigation that wasn't groundwater. And that's where Central Plains water come into play, which we would take water from the Rakaira predominantly and the Waimakariri River when it's at certain flows, and we're permitted to take that water. When it gets below those flows, we're turned off, but we were able to take that water, which means now we have discontinued 50 million cubic metres of groundwater abstraction annually. So if you can imagine 20,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools, that is what has been left in the groundwater because of the scheme. So I think that is a significant outcome of the CWMS and the zone plan, and we've been able to give effect to that, which has been really exciting. And of course, providing that reliable water to irrigators means that they can produce food and fibre, and it has that knock-on effect around the economic benefits, which have been about 300 million to the Canterbury region. So dealing now specifically with concerns around water supply and increasing nitrates, the document that you would have seen around our annual sustainability report will show that there is increasing nitrates. And I want to, after this slide, talk a little bit about the history, because what that report doesn't show is what occurred before we started. So I'll talk about that next. But just right now, it's understanding the direction of flow of the aquifers. And this is a really simple diagram to show where the water is flowing. The Sawa Maihora zone from the foothills toward Lake Ellesmere, Te Waihora, the water flow is generally in that direction. The deep groundwater goes very low and under the lake and out to the sea. The shallower bores, they tend to go under state, you can imagine, closer to State Highway, and they pop up in the springs that feed into Lake Ellesmere, so Te Waihora. So that's that direction of flow. The Christchurch city is a separate series of confined and unconfined aquifers, and they are influenced primarily through the flows of the Waimakariri River. And you can see it's a different direction. And there's Environment Canterbury have dedicated reports, which I'm sure you perhaps have seen in the past, that talk specifically about the groundwater in those two zones and how they interact, or how they are minimally interactive there. So that's the flows, and I think we have comfort that we don't affect the city water supply at all. But we are very aware of what we're doing on farm and mitigating those effects. This is just a slide that I've included that's been provided by staff here at the council to show that chunk that's not included in the scheme around the city and where those monitoring bores are. So this is the piece that's actually not included in the annual report, which I think is worth looking at. This is some material that was put together by Aqualink a wee while ago. And it shows that back in the 1970s, our shallow bores, which are up to 40 metres deep, you were getting towards over 5 milligrams per litre of nitrogen in the 1970s. And so that blue line in the Sawa Maihora, so the upper graph, shows that it has actually been bouncing around, and this is the historical range that our results are showing we're still bouncing around within that range. And that the bottom graph shows the Christchurch West Mountain average, and you can see also for those shallow bores it's higher, but it's that between 2 and 3 milligrams. So definitely the actual land-based agricultural area is far higher than the city area. What we know from history, and this is not our opinion, this is what's been documented by scientists, and they obviously give us that information to compare our results every year, is that the nitrate concentrations are variable, but they're relatively high across the entire zone, Sawa Maihora zone. But they have been that way since the 1970s and 1980s. And so they are the numbers that we are benchmarking, or our experts, the independent expert review panel that have been appointed to oversee our annual results and check them against the consent conditions and the trigger levels. This is the envelope within which they look. So it's that historical range. So we know the scientists have told us that, it could be 50 years, and it's not just telling Central Plains this, it's telling the community that nitrates have been around a long time. There's a long transition between the land and through into the deep aquifers. So we know that those numbers could bounce around for a little while. So what we're concerned about as a scheme is what our farmers are doing on the land day in, day out, in minimising their losses of nitrate to groundwater so that we don't make this situation worse. So I think the exciting, I believe they are, exciting results that CPW has achieved that this slide highlights, and we've just recently got new information from our current report, which we're compiling, is that you can see the yellow bars, which was the levels of nitrogen lost to water prior to the scheme coming online, and these were the 2 years of monitoring that we had in place. We are now 29%, not 24%. It's actually 29% less than the pre-CPW levels of nitrogen lost from farming to groundwater. So that's quite phenomenal. So that's across those 350 odd farms that we manage across that 71,000 hectares. We're nearly 30% less than. So whilst we're not seeing the groundwater levels reduce relatively, we know that will happen over time, and we have to be patient. But our biggest concern is that we are making sure our farmers are continually to improve the technology they use, they're continuing to improve those practices so that we are sure that what we're doing on the top of the land is minimising those losses. And just out of interest, the actual in-loss that we are currently losing is actually, these results have now been updated, it's 45% less than what we are permitted under our consent. So that's significant. Our farmers are doing better than was ever anticipated or modelled, and we're really proud of that. And then just getting on to what we do in terms of how we have an oversight around the farmers and their operations. All farmers have a farm environment plan, and they were required to have that prior to receiving water. They are audited annually, and once they get an A grade, that audit steps out over a couple of years. We now have 100% of our farmers, so again this is the 21-22 season, we now have 22-23, which was the last irrigation season. We only have A and B grade audits. We have no C and no D, so everyone's on A and B, and continually to improve. So again, that's where you see that 29% reductions, because they're really top performers. We don't just think about our farms. Within the 100,000 hectare command area, and I see we irrigate 45,000 hectares, there's actually about 200,000 hectares in the Selwyn-Waihora zone of farming activity. We're only 22% of that, right? So the monitoring results that you see in that annual report, whilst we monitor from the foothills into Lake Ellesmere, Te Waihora and beyond, we are only 22%. So whilst we have some significant levers to pull around the land that our farmers manage and we report to Environment Canterbury, we're not the only game in town. And we have some plans around how we might bring other landowners into our fold as non-shareholders and help them with reporting so that we can extend to the broader community of land users the benefits of working as a team, as a cooperative, and helping them in particular understand the new legislation that's coming through. What do these freshwater farm plans mean? But if you work as a team, it's much easier than everyone trying to do it on their own. So we see that footprint around management can potentially expand in the future. So we do take a catchment approach, and we're really concerned about more than just our command area, but the whole catchment. The other thing we do is annually our farmers contribute to various biodiversity enhancement funds, and to date, since the commencement of the scheme, it's nearly $1.5 million that we have contributed to a range of environmental planting initiatives, and that includes planting 70,000 different species, different trees and plants within the catchment area. So again, it's that looking beyond just our area to lowland stream enhancement, etc. And then, of course, the carbon footprint, looking to constantly reduce where we play there. with electricity being our biggest target at 93%, and hence the solar interest in the solar project. Look, I'll end it there because I'd like to open the floor for questions, but just to note, I'd really like to welcome you all on a scheme visit at some point. We did the Trust hosted a visit that we supported about November last year, and we did have, I think, you came along, which was really fantastic. But it's something, you've got to see it to believe it, and I think it is something that we'd love our city councillors to come on board and have a look, and really appreciate that opportunity.
Thanks so much, and it's really good to have such clear information. I know that we've had concerns for a few years over the environmental impacts and haven't heard the stuff coming through. However, I am wondering, because all of this happens outside of the Christchurch City Council district and the area that we're responsible for, and I'm just trying to work out why it is that Christchurch City Council should still be involved in the project. It's established, it's ongoing. When actually you're saying that it actually doesn't even impact our area at all, and so I'm not quite sure what the value is for us currently when we've got so much else on.
Look, I think right back at the beginning, it was really important to the community that the resource consents to take and use water were held by the community. And that wasn't just the rural community being Selwyn District Council, it was the whole community. And so, yes, perhaps there might not be an influence directly on the drinking water supply, but there's a significant impact on the economics of what the scheme generates, and also the environmental outcomes that the wider community benefit. And I think whenever we tell people that we license the consents from the Trust, and the settlers are the city and the Selwyn District Council, it gives a lot of people comfort to know that actually at any time we can be called in for lack of performance, and we never have been because we are high performing. But you know, there is that governance oversight, and it's important, I think, to us to have both councils having that oversight and being informed, and you know, we hope that we can keep you more regularly informed going forward, so that you can also explain to the community, actually this is what's going on, and you can be a voice of you know, the scheme as well.
We are both part of Canterbury, and the progress that Canterbury can develop from the economic benefit just goes to strengthening the province. So again, we really have to get beyond this schism of rural and urban.
No, it wasn't a rural-urban thing. It was just a TA boundary thing. Because I know that there's lots of things happening in lots of different districts that we could get involved in, but we don't. And lots of things that are happening within Christchurch City, for example, quite large things that neighbouring districts might not necessarily want to get involved in. So, yeah.
I think also we've just heard some presentations around the zone committees that have given you
they
an
cross
update.
Boundaries, yeah.
And the Salwamahara Zone Committee is our patch, and we've just recently reported to the Zone Committee. So we're one of the fundamental players in terms of that whole water quantity story and the water quality story, and being able to move some of those outcomes forward. So I guess we're a delivery mechanism to achieving those outcomes, and the Zone Committee also reports to the council. There's a strong relationship and linkage there.
Just one last small question. Just at the beginning when this was set up, you were talking about the solution for the over-allocation was to provide more water from somewhere else. And I'm just wondering if you've got any insight into why the solution wasn't to actually change the consent so that there wasn't over-extraction to start with?
I think it was about... quite simply, people had a consent and they could use that. They had a permit essentially for a duration, and you'd have to ask ECAN why they did actually try to call some consents in. But it's that whole economic and environmental play of being able to have a prosperous community for food and fibre production while at the same time managing the environmental effects. And it would have been very difficult for ECAN to say, okay, you can't have those consents anymore, the groundwater abstractors. So, you know, that's a challenge.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. And thank you for coming in and presenting that. That was a really good presentation. And having been on the tour, I would encourage every councillor around the table here to go and have a look. See what this scheme's doing. See the benefits that it's bringing to our region. It's phenomenal what they're doing, and the environmental outcomes they're getting is fantastic. So thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I gather we'd be able to set up a tour like that sometime fairly soon.
Name the date. We'll be happy to host.
Thank you, and
Okay.
Keep up good work.
Councillor Barber?
Yeah, thanks, Susan. That was fascinating. Really interesting to see all the stats and to hear the positivity around what the farmers are trying to achieve. I'm just curious in terms of the water take. Do you anticipate that the needs for the farms in the area are going to be catered for in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, or is there going to be a need to take more water?
Well, currently we irrigate the 45,000 hectares. We don't have any immediate plans to expand, although that's that piece. We have a 35-year consent, so 2047 our consent comes up for renewal. And so with Te Mana o Te Wai and those other regulatory requirements in place, it will be looking at performance, it will be looking at water use efficiency and how we're ensuring we are maintaining the health of the waterways and the environment. And not, we won't have surplus water. We will get what we need going forward. And I think it's important, every day we talk about that date of 2047 in our office, because everything we do every day is collecting the data to prove that we're efficient. Every drop we take is efficiently used, and that we can justify what we will need when that consent will come up for renewal. We believe that, and we're already seeing it with water use efficiency, with better technology, soil moisture monitoring, the predictions that farmers can make about when they should irrigate, stopping and starting that, and varying that the efficiency is improving all the time, and that we're able to use less water. So it's about having that data when the time comes for renewal to show exactly what we need, to having the evidence to show that. It's hard to say whether we would, for example, get our consent cut in half without any sort of underlying reason for that. I think we've got to show our performance to prove what we need going forward.
Right. Before I go any further...
Thank you.
Sorry, are you done? I thought you were. Thank you. Before I go any further, I'm more than happy to move this, and Councillor Peters has told me he's happy to second it, but we also have Councillor Johansson, you had a question?
I was just trying to understand how you work out the average water availability, and I understand that you're supposed to have an on-off telemetry to collect sort of continuous data. So can you just give us a sense of if you have that in place now, or whether how it's progressing, and how you're working out the average take versus in the absence of having that continuous data?
Well, we have. So you're talking about our take from the river? You're talking about that?
Yeah, from the Rakai River.
So it's very high tech, and I'm not the one to give you the detail, but I'll give you the overview. Is that we have a continuous take. It is time stamped every 15 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. So we have absolute transparency around what we are taking, and then we have the data feeds from ECAM website on the levels of the river, and when we're on restriction and when we're not on restriction. So as the level of the river drops over time, Central Plains, if you think about a river like this in cross section, we're the top thin slice of water in terms of our consent. So when that level drops and we get switched off, then we use Lake Coleridge, who have our water stored in there, and they can release that and we can take that. So there's a very fine calibration between what we can take from stored water and river water, but it's every 15 minutes. It's
but do the other takes have the...
We've got to get going because we're going to run out of time. I've got one more question, and that's Councillor Harrison Hunt, who's been waiting patiently online. But I will say that if anyone wants to go out, exactly what Councillor Peters says, and I have been lucky enough, I've been out with Grant and had a look. It is fantastic. The system it just blows your mind on what has been done, how much pipe's been laid under the ground. Councillor Harrison Hunt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really quick, actually. I just got a question, and excuse my ignorance. I'm just wondering Where does Mana Whenua sit in the Central Plains Water Trust?
Sorry. Les represents some of those factors on the trust. We're looking to recruit new members, so we're always open to that. That may be a very quick answer, but those considerations are extremely part of it, and it's a good segue into the educational component that we have as a trust to talk about the journey of water and incorporating the heritage values of the lifeblood of the land, starting in the mountains, coming down through the river, the whole thing about Mahenga Kai, biodiversity, recharge, economic value are all part of this education program. And it's going to be pretty cool. We've got a virtual reality system, so while you can't see the pipes, you stand on them, but you can see them through virtual reality. So it's a little bit of a bend away from what your specific question was, but watch that space for that education program.
I'll just jump in there, and Lynn might be able to help me. Hang on, Tyler. There is a provision for, I think, is up to 3 or 4 runanga members on the trust, and as a resourcing issue for Mana Whenua, it's been difficult to fill that. But those, I think there's one position filled, possibly, yes, but they're open at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, so we've had enough. I think we've had enough. Very good presentation. Thank you very much. With that, I'll put the motion because I'm sure there's no debate.
Really quickly to say, look, that was, and I think I support what Councillor Templeton said. That's a really comprehensive report, probably the best sustainability report I think we've had. So really appreciate all of you coming into Christchurch to present it for us, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah,
well done.
Thank you.
So with that, I will put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Very, very good.
Item 24.
Right. Yeah. So no, we're just going to shoot forward to item 24, the Christchurch Heritage Trust Loan application, because everyone's been waiting very patiently down the back. I'm very sorry. I didn't know earlier. I would have put you in earlier. But Sam is more than happy to move it, and I'm more than happy to second it. So do we need any? Everyone's happy? Right. No. Okay. So I will put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Sorry you had to wait so long.
But you got a good answer.
Righto. So we'll go back to item 19. Did I see Tim? Yep. Okay.
I think this is going to take. Do you want a break now?
Is this will be Tim? This will be quick.
We can be quick.
Tim, of course it will.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Just given this report was up till the end of June, there's a number of things in here that are obviously not up to date, so just bear that in mind. I will draw your attention quickly to the erosion and sediment control stats that were requested. We haven't had a chance to kind of go through and analyse those in detail, but we'll continue to do that over the coming months. And happy to take any questions. Is that quick enough for you?
Oh, that's quick enough. That's absolutely
Great.
lovely. Councillor Johansson.
Just wanted to check where we got to with inviting Alan to come talk to us from Te Ara Matawai. I thought, is he not? So he's not going to meet with us. So no one from the regulator will meet with us. Is that?
We're meeting with the regulator on a regular basis.
So I'm at a governance level.
I couldn't answer that, I'm afraid.
Should we extend the invite again, or I mean, I'm just mindful of the zone committee report this morning.
So,
Dawn's got the definitive answer.
well, the chief executive Te Mata Arawai did respond to our request and said it wasn't appropriate to do so, and wanted to have dialogue with officers to try and see how we could work together. I think you should let that work carry on, and if we if we aren't successful, then clearly you can ask the chair of the board to come in.
Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, hey, thanks very much. And don't worry if you can't answer it, because I was talking to Brent about it previously. but it was just around the chlorination at the Burnside Park. We're actually removing that drinking water tap. He talked about the idea of getting UV treatment as an option. Do we know if that's progressed any further?
We are looking at those options, yes.
So could we, I'd be quite keen, I just think given the public feedback around those, particularly those two where we've taken away because we've had to by the regulator, those drinking sort of facilities, I'd really like to get a report back on options and what we can do on those two. So can we add that into the resolutions to request a report back?
Yeah, happy to do that.
On that? Yeah, thank you.
You've seen that you put it that way.
Yeah.
Councillor Templeton.
Thanks. Actually, just following on from that. So I had a response back asking whether we could just have those two taps for non-potable supply. So it was good to get an answer back explaining why we wouldn't be able to do that. But if we're going to be looking at UV treatment for a couple of taps, it would be actually really good to look at a way of doing that for areas that aren't that weren't supplied by those, because they were kind of the two that were being used, and there were large sections of the city that missed out on the ability to do that. So if we're bringing a report back, then actually it would be good to look at being able to provide the same for other parts of the city.
Dunbar's Road, for example.
We can do that. There are some logistical challenges with some of our sites.
That's right.
Being
No,
well
it
back
wouldn't
off
be
the
every
road and
site,
things
but
like
just
that,
having
but we can look at it.
some spread across the city. Yeah.
So Tim, if you look at it from the perspective of what the whole geography and then what the opportunity is and whether it can be done.
Councillor Field.
Tim, I just really want to thank you for the exemplary work you do out on the peninsula. It's really acknowledged and noticed, and so thank you for that. Just on Birdling's flat, I know that that's been kind of sort of back and forthing away for quite some time. I mean, what's the pushback been like out there recently from your sense of things?
I haven't had any direct feedback over the last few weeks. Yeah,
and I think
nothing
that probably
overly
speaks
negative.
to how constructive you've been in engaging there. So I appreciate that. Cool, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other? Councillor Cocker.
Thank you. Just on page 317, I don't know, you might be able to answer it, but first of all, compliments on the amazing photo. And can you tell me what a riffle is? It's for the fish passage, but what actually is it? Is it just like a really low gradient water flow so the fish can...
Yeah, I'm not an ecologist, I believe so.
No, but...
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit like in creating small dividers so that the water kind of flows downhill in a... Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
What a fantastic explanation.
Opened up, It's opened up 9 kilometres of upstream habitat to native fish species, and it's won a Design Consultants WSP's National Award Project of the Year. So I mean, I think that's really worthy of noting that how important the level of importance that the Three Waters team here are putting on environment and ecology in all our projects. But thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for the answer.
Okay, Councillor Templeton again, please.
And I forgot to say thank you for the information on the building site inspections, and I think that it would be good to see how that tracks over time and see whether that comes down, because I note that 14% in April of building site inspections failed due to the sediment control. So making sure that that kind of thing is a real focus, I think, is really good, because people have to, if it fails, they have to pay for someone to come back and recheck, don't they? So
yeah,
that should
correct.
be an incentive.
Yeah. They can't move to the next stage of inspections, so they get held at that particular point.
Yeah, so that should be a good incentive for them to make sure that they're managing the sediment from the site.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Councillor Johansson.
Thank you for the detailed report. I just, on page 309, particularly concerned around the Fitzgerald brick barrel main renewal, where it says many of the lines within the project area have been lined previously as part of a skirt project. However, there's evidence that the lines are either failing or that there are issues with groundwater tracking between the brick and liner were not identified or present at the time of installation. Is there any sort of bigger kind of picture work going on with the skirt repairs and the cost and the problems that are associated to it?
Yeah, I don't have that information to hand, but I can certainly go away and find out for you.
I just wonder whether, whether there's any. I think we've previously been told there's no comeback on the people that did the skirt work. If it fails, it just comes back directly to us.
Okay, righto. So Councillor Scandrett has very nicely offered to move this, and it's been seconded.
Sorry, I just got a quick one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand up there. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. It's just a real quick one. So the Wharenui Road work, this is for me to take offline, but just for you to know. I'm just needing an update around the remediation works. I've had quite a bit of community feedback on Wharenui Road around the speed of the remediation works. If we can take it offline, that'd be great, just to get an update on where we're at.
Yeah, sure. Happy to.
And it's even got some central Wigram candidates looking at that road, so it'd be good to just to nut it out.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So with that, I'll put another question towards Councillor Barber.
Yeah, I didn't see anything about the Tenby Newport assessment of the surface flooding issues. Is that still ongoing?
It's still ongoing, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hit me. So we'll try again. Councillor Scandrett is moving it, and I am seconding it. Do you want to have it so that if it works here, it can go to other upstands? Any...
And particularly your Dunbar's Road suggestion, Phil, was a good one.
We'll try if it works here. We'll try it on the others.
Celeste was going to second it for it because they're both in our local communities. What we were trying to do is, given there are two that have been removed because they were operating, it makes sense to try and get them over the line and then do it if we can. That was our view, is focus the staff resource on trying to get the two that we've taken from the community first. So anyone can put amendments up, doesn't matter.
But if we get those two going, there should be nothing to stop us doing the others. Absolutely. So do the homework on that. Is that everyone happy with that? Yep. Staff understand. They'll get it going. All right. Did you ever? Right. Yes, Councillor.
So my amendment will be to, basically it's to add to Sam's one, and options for other sites across the city to provide equitable access. You guys can fight over who's seconding it. That's great.
I think they would do that anyway, but that's all right. Put it in.
In the interest of time, why don't we just put, sorry, Sarah, and I hope you don't think I'm doing this personally, why don't we just, after the full
That's
stop...
what I was hoping for, but...
We'll just go and explore options for other sites. What I don't want to do is distract them from getting the two done if we can, because actually it makes sense to lowest hanging fruit first. Yeah.
Well, it might be that other ones are easier. Who knows?
I'm trying to be reasonable. Yeah. I appreciate that's not great, but I'm trying to be reasonable, Sarah. Yeah.
Right. Where are we? Are we happy with what we see written? No, we're not. Yes. Written there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry, Sam, Councillor McDonald. I went and seconded it, and is it no one cares? Right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you very much. It is back here at 2:00. Yeah, and we might just stay, please, for 5 minutes. Just us only, Councillor. Welcome back. Sorry, we're 5 minutes late. We're now up to item 20, amendment to the alcohol restrictions in public places bylaw, and putting a permanent alcohol ban in Woolston Village. So, do we? Yes, here we go. Would you like to sort them out, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Marsden. I'm a senior policy analyst in the strategic policy team here, and I've got with me Paul McMahon, chair of the Coastal Burwood Linwood Community Board. So as you will be aware, we've had a temporary alcohol ban in Woolston Village since December last year. This was made at the request of the community board and was put in place to help address some of the alcohol related issues, particularly the antisocial behaviour that was occurring in the village. Our initial review of how that was going in May showed that stakeholders were very supportive of the ban, and they reported reduced public drinking and reduced alcohol related litter in the area as well. So on this basis, the council sought wider feedback with a view to making the alcohol ban permanent. So this report in front of you today covers the results of that consultation. Feedback was sought during June, and on the whole, the vast majority of submitters, so 94%, support making the ban permanent. So many of those in support comment that the ban so far has been helping to improve safety in the village, with some suggesting some further extensions to the ban is also considered. The three submitters that we had that were not in support of making the ban permanent raised some concerns that it was unnecessary or wouldn't fulfil its purpose. So staff find that there is good evidence to support having the ban in place, including support from the police. It's important to note that enforcement does sit with the police and they have committed to enforcing it. So based on the results of the consultation and the benefits that we've seen so far, staff are recommending that the Woolston Village alcohol ban is made permanent through an amendment of the council's bylaw, the alcohol restrictions in public places bylaw, and that's an amendment to Schedule 1. It should also be noted that as a result of the submissions received, we're also recommending that the alcohol ban area is just slightly extended to include Glenroy Reserve. And there's a map showing that in your agenda. I think it's page 327 or it's attachment B to your report. And Paul, would you like to add anything?
Thank you very much. Just really pleased to be able to speak to this, and it was something that I started to work on before I was on the community board, and that I hoped would make a difference to my community. I just live on Radley Street there, and it has. There's been a significant reduction in the amount of public drinking and the amount of litter, actually quite an extraordinary reduction in the amount of litter, and just 94% support in the submissions, and inclusion of that little Glenroy Park, which was really an accident, because that park is being used for some public drinking still, but not a whole lot. So I really thank the councillors for their support for the temporary ban, and it'd be really great to have your support for the permanent ban.
I'm sure we've got someone who's jumping up to move this. Kelly and Sarah second. Question from Councillor Cotter.
Kia ora. The obvious question, for me is that, and it's actually two, but it's one. So the people who are drinking in public places, are they people without homes to drink in? And I mean, if they do have other places they can go, then that we are encouraging them to do that. But if they don't, will this problem be moved somewhere else? So I'm sure you've thought of this, but I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
It is a mix of people. So the main offenders, because early on, obviously this is something that I'm concerned about, having worked with homeless people in the past. There are two quite distinct groups of people. Yes, there are rough sleepers who don't have somewhere to go, but then there are people who have decided that drinking in the sun on Ferry Road is something good to do, but they do have somewhere to live that is nearby. And the people who were causing the most trouble in terms of public drinking were that second group of people. And Housing First, I've contacted Housing First a number of times, and they have been involved in dealing with some of the issues. That being said, I know that there has been some movement of rough sleepers to Woolston Park, but the police are aware of that and are monitoring it.
Excellent. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Well, I think was any debate? Nope. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you very much, Kerry.
Thank you very much.
Very well. Good work. Okay, 21. Okay,
Right.
item 21, Streets for People, Gloucester Street. Sam's happy to move it.
We've got the foreshadowed. Yeah. Now, Lynette's going to take a little bit of time, taking members through a series of issues and in particular questions that have been raised. So I think that will help the decision making today as well.
Kia ora koutou. Beside me today I've got Torrin Smith, who's been working on this project recently, and Hannah Ballantyne, who's been doing the engagement through the whole of this project. We did want to just take a little bit of time because there's been a number of questions that have come through, so we've tried to summarise them into some themes and give you some feedback on it. Just to put a little bit of context in it, the original trial was originally planned for March 2023 for 10 weeks. That aligned with a couple of particularly busy weekends that were happening in the city around Sale GP and other events. And this trial was originally planned to be implemented under temporary traffic management. Since that time, there's been a few changes and there's been a bit more that we've understood in the area. The court theatre construction is underway and is well underway now. It was underway at the time, but it was in quite early stages. And in March 23, it was quite early on in that construction. It's now well underway and there are quite a number of heavy vehicle movements happening on the street. And this is programmed to continue well into 2024 and towards the end of 2024. So there's quite a bit still to go on that work. There's also been a public RFP for the site between the Isaac Theatre Royal and the Court Theatre site. That is currently being reviewed and assessed. We've also developed a little bit more understanding of some of the potential developments, such as the University School of Music and the Catholic Precinct. So that's a bit more of what's been going on in the space. There's been a lot of questions about communication and engagement with whom and when we did it. Hannah and Torrin's predecessor undertook most of that early on, and that was before March 20, the planned March installation of the original trial. And at the time they talked to 26 representatives of 26 different organisations. It was either by phone, by email, or dropped in to see them. And that was a mix of business owners, building owners, stakeholders, interest groups. So there was all sorts that they talked to. Generally, people were supportive of the key ideals of the trial of slowing the street down and making it more pedestrianised, and for it to be a trial. There was communication at the time with the Isaac Theatre Royal, and they were largely supportive as long as we managed their logistics well. So they were really clear with us about what their challenges were. One of the questions came up about whether we've been in touch with them since. Hannah has been in touch with all of those people and advised them of the agenda once the agenda went live, and as of yesterday we haven't had any feedback. No. So the point of putting the trial in was to get more feedback. Couple more points and I'll pass back. The trial was planned, the plan for this trial is to install it under temporary traffic management, and we had a question of why that and not a decision when, say, Ferry Road went in under a council decision or a community board decision. This trial had a short expected lifespan of 10 weeks, and the idea was that the layout would change throughout that process. we were always expecting as staff to come back and be discussing options with you for moving it forward. Ferry Road in particular was planned as a longer installation as an interim project to another more permanent project. The other question that we've had a lot of is around the Waka Kotahi and the funding implications for this. We are working very closely with Waka Kotahi. They are very supportive of Council's involvement in this program of work, and they have been very supportive and complimentary of the team that you have here and the work that they're doing in developing the projects in the program. There are conditions in the funding agreement, and they determine what the funding can be used for and when. And so we need to keep talking with Waka Kotahi should we want to change that. I am very aware, Councillor Johansson, that you raised it with Simon Kingham this morning, that there may be other projects that are more deserving of the funding and it should be applied to them. So what we're suggesting is that we as staff will talk to Waka Kotahi about the possibility of reassigning the unused funds and applying them to other projects, particularly projects that are in the Streets for People program. But I'd just like to point out there is no guarantee. So that is a negotiation that we will have to undertake. So there is no guarantee that that will happen. But there is absolutely a guarantee that we will talk to Waka Kotahi about using the funding as best we can to support the city. And that is us. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, microphone if someone's talking.
That was me talking, asking you to talk.
Oh, cool, thanks. Kia ora, Lynette and team. How's everyone?
Kia ora, we're
hey,
good.
I don't want to make others. How am I going to question this? Why wouldn't we proceed with Gloucester Street? Can you please give me some clear instructions as to why we wouldn't proceed with it, seeing as the view was quite different in March 2023?
We've tried to cover off the pros and cons clearly in the report. So there's advantages to continuing and there's advantages to stopping. And we think as staff, our advice has come back to you is because of what we've learnt, what's changed in the community, and what we know about the development community and what's, the different things like the RFP process that's currently going on, the volume of heavy traffic that's coming in and out of that site. We're not saying we shouldn't do a trial. We're just saying we probably shouldn't do it now. But that is.
Would you say that this is the thing, I don't want to make you meat in the sandwich, but there's something that's public, and that was someone from the National Party ended up making it sort of front page kind of thing. And would that influence staff's navigation around issues like this and projects like this?
As staff, we need to come to you with facts and provide you with the facts. We have no political affiliation at all, and we've just given you all of the feedback that we've got on what is there, what isn't, and I apologise, but I'm putting this decision onto you all.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Lynette. That's fine. I just wanted to just reiterate that yes, you are obviously not political, and I'm more worried about the well-being of staff through outsiders, if you will, from Central, having a say in projects like this. So appreciate your work. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Johansson.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to get a sense of just in regards to the timing. and I did wonder, based on what you've said at the start, whether we need a sort of different or a amended number 2 to seek permission or consent from Waka Kotahi to redistribute the funds if it doesn't go ahead to other Streets for People projects. So that was kind of the first question, and then the second question was really just to understand, with the 100,000 that we're using, and I think we've got 1.8 million for public realm improvements. In terms of the timing, if we wanted to do a trial, when would be the best time to do it? Would it be at the end of 2024 when the court theatre opens?
I think we're on a guessing game there, aren't we? Yeah, so 2 questions. If I answer them in reverse order, trying to know when the best time to do a trial is a bit like crystal ball gazing. I don't know. So I don't want to put a time frame on when that should be, but what we are saying is that it could be better in the future when some of the other knowns are more known and more public, like the results of the RFP process that's going on at the moment, the plan for the University School of Music, and the plan for the development of the Cathedral Precinct. So it may be better in the future when that's the case. This doesn't preclude us, this decision today doesn't preclude us from doing a trial in the future at all. With regard to your second question about a timing for item 2, we would need to go and talk to Waka Kotahi before we could come back and give you any information about how any potential funds may be able to be reallocated. To put a time on that actually puts pressure on that's probably not needed.
No, I wasn't trying to put a time on it. I was just trying to amend number 2 to actually ask you to formally approach Waka Kotahi so that it's clear that...
That's what that does.
Doing it already.
It says of the decision, but it doesn't, unless I've misread it, there's nowhere in there that says to seek the redistribution of the funding to other Streets for People projects.
I mean...
Yeah.
Request. It's fine, we were doing that anyway. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
So, Jake? Councillor McMillan.
You're getting better at that. So we could leave this trial in place for as long as we wanted, though, to your point earlier about Ferry Road, could we not? Like, it's just that it would have to be delivered by June 24 in order to seek the subsidy from NZTA, Waka Kotahi.
As a council, you can make a decision to do anything, really.
I know we could do a trial whenever, but again, to receive the subsidy from Waka Kotahi, it would just have to be in place by June 24.
No, it has to be in place and monitored. So we have to have the monitoring results back by June 2024. So we're pushing it. If it was to go ahead, it would need to be a Christmas trial so that we could get some monitoring information. But that's correct, isn't it?
Correct. Cool. And so if, yeah, in your report you state that this perhaps isn't the best period of time for collecting the best data about how that street could work optimally for the permanent works. Could that be negated by extending the period of time that the trial was in place? So we put it in this Christmas, but we let it there, we maintain it there beyond June 24, say to the end of 24. Does that data start to clear up again?
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
It's a bit of it's a bit like the previous question about it, but crystal ball gazing, we don't know what will happen. So that, I mean, it's a lot of things.
So you can't necessarily...
The longer you have something in place, the more data you collect. Whether that data's good data or not is dependent on what's happening.
Sure.
Do you want to... Tyrion's a bit better at this stuff than me.
Well, I was just going to say the original plan was for a trial to last 10 weeks and then we'd recommend to council about whether it stays in place or not. So if that 10-week period, the data's not optimal, the recommendation wouldn't necessarily be as optimal as desired.
So we would be probably recommending to take it out.
Mm.
But it's coming back at the end of a trial. That the plan is always, and should be at a trial, to always come back at a point and
Sure.
understand what the next steps are.
But if we weren't to progress a trial at this stage,
Mm.
we would essentially be on the hook for the full cost of it, presumably, within reasonable assumption.
We'd be on. There is a potential that we are liable for the costs that we've incurred to date. Yes.
Mm. No, I mean,
No, not what he's
if
asking.
now isn't the best time,
Yes.
and you're saying it's possible there's a better time in the future, there could be a worse time.
Oh, yes.
This could be the best time. You haven't really stated that that there will be a better time in the
No.
future.
No, I
But
don't.
in the future, if there is a better time,
Yeah.
not that you've stated there will be, it will be at our cost.
She's following.
Right, I
She's
think
following.
I get it now. Sorry, councillor. So what you're saying is, and if we did the trial in the future, it would be at council's cost, not at Waka Kotahi's. Yes and no. Because there is still a potential that we will get Waka Kotahi subsidy in the future,
But you also acknowledge
because they are supporting it.
But you also acknowledge there may not be a better time in the future that a trial could take place.
May not be.
Okay. That's
That's
as
the
clear
crystal-
as I thought it would be.
That's the beauty of a crystal ball.
Yeah.
It's as cloudy as anything.
Cool. Thanks.
So if there was ever a better time for Councillor McClellan to stop talking, it's now a better time for Councillor Moore to have his one. All yours. All yours, Councillor Moore.
That's your list.
Thank you. Apologies if I've just missed this. I'm keen to understand the businesses that are opposed to this trial. Are we able to know
We
who they
haven't
are?
broken that down
We haven't
in
broken
any
it down?
communication that we've given.
Yeah, okay. And are some of the businesses that oppose this on Gloucester Street?
Yes.
Yes. But you're not able to say who they are? Or they're not comfortable to be identified?
We're not, we haven't ever split any of the feedback down
Okay, cool.
by that, and we're not prepared to today.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, righto. Councillor Donovan on Zoom, please.
It's actually Councillor Templeton. I've just got a question around Ferry Road. So Ferry Road's a similar Streets for People project, and it's been in place for 2 years now. And we've collected lots of good data over that time at various stages. Did we do a 10-week sort of pre-trial trial before we made the decision on that one?
No, as I said, Ferry Road was a different situation, and it went to the community board at the time.
It was decided on
I
by
look,
council.
I can't give you the absolute detail on Ferry Road. I didn't come with all of it, I'm afraid, today. But it
Yeah,
was a
okay.
different process and a different program.
Yeah, it was, yeah. But it's been in place for 2 years now.
Yeah.
And it's been quite successful.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So with the Gloucester Street one, and sorry, I missed a small part of the meeting earlier. While it was due to be a 10-week initial trial period, the plan was then to have it in for a longer period until a decision on the permanent one was made. Is that right? If the 10-week trial was successful?
So the plan was, so I did say this before, yes, the plan was to have a 10-week trial, and we would be reporting back to council on the next steps.
Yeah, but the information that I'd had from the Office of the CE said that it was, planned for maybe a year or more after that 10-week trial.
Well,
so over the, yeah.
So again, not to try and crystal ball anything, the plan was to come back and ask council what you wanted us to do. So
yeah, okay. Yeah. And when it comes to the space available, because while there's some construction, the actual noisy, dusty stuff that's happening around the Court Theatre, the other sort of 3/4 of the street or 2/3 of the street is the space that has much more sort of pedestrian traffic and kids getting from, Turanga to Margaret Mahi and people going to New Regent Street, via the Cathedral Junction and stuff. Is it possible to just do sort of 3/4 of the street? Yes, there'd be the truck movements, but away from the noise and things with this project, and just leave the area, the small sort of 80 odd metres between Court Theatre and Turanga that the dust and stuff is around?
I don't. So what you're can I just clarify, councillor? What you're asking is it possible to do the trial but not do the piece outside Tūranga and the Court Theatre construction site?
Court Theatre. Yeah, that's right. Just the bit that's a bit dusty and noisy at the moment, but actually do the rest of it where there's lots of people and foot traffic.
Well, part of the issue with the street is the intersection. So I don't know, and I can't give you that answer definitively today. It would be challenging because you have an intersection. To me, it would be challenging because you have that intersection, that signalised intersection there that you would need to deal with.
But you could do the intersection just to do the traffic flow bit, but just not do all the tarting up, the planters and the paint and stuff on the road, to encourage people to be in the space between those bits.
So, councillor, I haven't come here. I can't come and design this. We will need to do some design, whichever way if this decision is to continue with this scheme, we would need to undertake the design. So we need a decision, basically, and this is what this report is about, and whether we go ahead with a trial or not. And then we would need to do the design up before we went.
Yeah. And if things had gone well at the beginning of the year and we had put the trial in place under temporary traffic management and got sort of 10 good weeks of data, then we would have been able to use all of the sort of Waka Kotahi funding and those kind of things at this point, and we wouldn't have had to have the potential of refunding. Is that right?
In theory, yes.
Thanks. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Cotter.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. My question is around Professor Simon Kingham's comment this morning, and I don't necessarily require an answer from you in either yes or no, but he stated that sometimes when a street is being disrupted by a construction, it's actually a really good time to trial changes. Do you either agree or disagree with that? Do you have a strong feeling on either way in a response? And you can just
yes and no.
Okay, thank you. That's enough.
Look, no, it was a consistent statement. I mean, it could be a good time to trial, as Councillor McClellan said before, and it might not. There might never be another one. It's exactly what you said before Councillor McClellan.
Upstairs. Yes, Councillor Harrison Hunt, please.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. So Lynette and Hannah, just a quick question around the feedback from the businesses, because this helps direct us around our decision making. Are you saying that there's no report that's been provided around, because maybe I missed it, around the pros and cons that businesses thought?
There's no report on the feedback that we've collected, no.
No. It was informal pre-engagement feedback before we started the trial. We were supposed to be collecting the feedback through the trial.
I see. So we put it in and then businesses feedback off that.
Yeah, the conversations to date have been heads up that it's happening, problem solving, any hard limits that any of them have had, but there's been no written feedback or anything.
Okay. Well, that's tough. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McClellan.
Well, off the back of Sarah's last question, so if we would have had better data and there would be less financial risk, i.e. that we get left with the bill, why did staff decide to delay the project?
I'm going to put that one to the CE.
Okay. We'd had significant feedback from, and it's in the report in 3.1, from central city stakeholders in terms of not being engaged. There was a narrow view of narrow engagement just in relation to Gloucester Street, not wider, and there was quite a serious amount of concern, and also around the timing as well.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, thank you. Just with regards to connecting with the businesses, I know that the Isaac Theatre Royal were very impressed with the staff coming down, because I raised the issue of, for 30 odd years we've been trying to get B trains in there and the traffic, and so staff actually went down and watched it all happening, so you got a better idea. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you for that. So yeah.
Okay, Councillor Johansson.
Thanks. Just as was just trying to understand, the Gloucester this project is 1.4 million. The Highata one is 2.6. Do you know what the cost is per metre in terms of both of those areas? Like, how big an area is Gloucester Street compared to Highata?
No, I haven't got those answers for you today, and I can't provide them.
Right. And do we know when the Highata Connections is going for consultation?
The trial is due to start at the 2024 beginning of the school year.
Right. And the consultation is going out?
Is early engagement on a more macro level starting next week.
Right. Okay. And have those plans been costed yet? Do we know what the costings are?
We look. So the team are working on the Highata. It's a second Streets for People project, but we have come prepared to answer questions about Gloucester Street. So I know.
Just sort of trying to understand.
Yannick, we're talking about this one.
Yeah, okay. So I guess in terms of understanding this one, the staff recommendation is really clear that you're recommending that we don't proceed with it. I guess given the conversation that's been had about seeking redistribution to other projects, I just wondered if you'd looked at this from an equity point of view and whether there's other places in the city where you think we would get better value for spending the money to get better safety outcomes.
So we have, as staff, as per our reports to you in relation to this program and the bids to this program, tried to deliver the projects that we bid for in the Streets for People program. We have also said we will go and talk to Waka Kotahi about reassigning within other projects, which means we're asking them to reassign it to the Highata Connections project because it is the other project in the Streets for People program. We will go and ask them, but there is no guarantee that we will get that. Because
that's
and we cannot assign it to other projects within the within our transport program or other projects that you might think of across the program.
But if you took an equity lens to it, which one would have the greatest need for intervention?
That's asking me for an opinion that I can't provide today.
Good answer, 99. Right, we're moving right along. So we are now, I'm going to put this motion.
So we need a seconder.
Once I get a seconder. Who is?
Mark. He's just
Mark,
indicated.
thank you. Now, just so everyone's on the same wavelength, the bit that's under the word council decision is the bit that we're voting on at the moment. Yes, thank you very much. And if that fails, we do the one below it, the foreshadowed motion. So we're voting for this one that's highlighted here now.
Please be clear, because this is a negative resolution, so we're either voting to support that staff recommendation or against it. So these ones can be quite confusing.
Yeah, it is a bit confusing.
So to reiterate, 'cause I think it's important, if you vote aye or yes, you're voting for the staff recommendation. If you vote no, you're voting not for the staff recommendation. Is that clear? Yeah?
And the staff recommend we do not proceed.
Staff recommendation is not to proceed. So if you vote yes, you're voting for the staff recommendation. If you vote no, you're voting against that recommendation. Just very simple, so nobody gets confused. If the matter falls, it will go to the foreshadowed motion, which is Councillor McClellan's.
Are you in debate or question? Debate. Okay. Yeah, far away.
So just to explain why I second this, I thank staff for their recommendation. I just don't think it's the right time to be trying this trial in Gloucester Street. There's too much going on there in the way of changes in construction and heavy traffic going through. So hopefully we can all around this table see the sense in doing this at another more appropriate time. So please, let's not throw good money after bad and do a trial when it's not the time to do it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scandrett.
Yeah, thank you. What sticks in my mind is the photo from Professor Simon Kingham with regards to Oxford Terrace and what is the transformation there. And if we hold off and don't do anything until the right time, well, what an opinion of the right time is, when nothing's happening, I don't think we would have moved on from the earthquake. So there's an absolute time. This is it. It's a temporary. I totally support the foreshadowed motion that's coming, and I do not support this. Thank you.
Councillor Cotter.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you, Mayor. And I agree. I think Professor Kingham's deputation was very helpful. There is actually no wrong time to do a trial. And noting that if the big issue is the Court Theatre, it's just the very western corner. There's plenty of other areas in Gloucester Street that would have a potentially positive benefit from this trial. And if it's not positive, we pull it out. The funding's there, the planning's in place, the design's pretty much in place, and I think that we need to keep making the middle of our centre of our city exciting and vibrant. Tūranga is really famous around Aotearoa now. It's a great visitor destination. Let's make the outside of it and the approach to it on the Gloucester Street side fun and friendly, like the little girl that did the deputation. I mean, it's great to hear opinions from a child's viewpoint. She loves the colourful art. This is what the rest of the city's, really blooming from all the murals and the artworks and the features. Let's revitalise Gloucester Street. There's beautiful things along there. The Isaac Theatre Royal would benefit from some wonderful features there and some fun stuff. This is an opportunity we have to not use our own council funding, but the Waka Kotahi funding. And you can say, yes, it's taxpayer money, it's all coming from our pocket, but this is their project as well. They're really committed to lifting the vibrancy of our cities around New Zealand, making them more people-friendly, people-centric. Yes, we have cars, and that's why I'll support the foreshadowed motion to make it two-way, because that was one of the objections, I think, from one of the inputs there. Might not be ideal, but two-way, let's go with that for a start, and make it so it's people-friendly. Cars can still go there, but it's people-centric, because that's what we want our central city to be. So I'll be sadly not supporting the staff recommendation, and I'll support the foreshadowed motion.
Councillor Fields.
I'm just going to begin with a series of quotes from a person I greatly admire. The government has provided free money. We don't seem to be just putting that to one side and not spending it. We need to try and get the wheels of bureaucracy freed up a little bit. You've got to be able to do things quicker. Just fix it, don't ask. Communities need to be consulted and involved in the design process, able to determine which decisions go to the council table. So I'm totally on board with all those comments. That makes me really enthusiastic to try stuff, to be innovative, to be the best damn city we can be, the most livable city in New Zealand. I'm just going to go on a complete different. How much longer have I got? 2 minutes, right?
Ages.
So I'm going to go on a bit of a different tack. So another of my heroes is the Beatles. I was out changing some weatherboards on my house the other day, because when things are looking a bit sad and tired on my house, I get out there and I spruce them up, change things up. I was listening to a recording of the Beatles playing their rooftop concert in central London. At the time, there were people down on the street going, "Oh, I don't like it, it's terrible and disruptive, it's getting in the way of business." My point being that history often shows that innovation, doing things outside the box, and some of the mundane, is proved to be the important things in the long run, and some of the mundane day-to-day concerns just aren't that important. I was actually amazed we didn't get a chance to vote on this ages ago. I thought it was coming to the council table, and it didn't. We were all set to go, but it got pushed out. Nobody told us why. It did impact on my sense of trust. Why commit our staff, who are under huge amounts of pressure, to backtrack, to reverse, to have to scramble? This doesn't seem like the way to free up bureaucracy, or to do things quicker, to do things fix things without asking. This is the thing that completely bamboozles me. It will cost our ratepayers less if we proceed. Let that sink in, please. I cannot fathom why you wouldn't proceed. At these dark times, I draw inspiration from another quote from a person I admire greatly. We need to get trust back. Sounds good to me. So based on this wisdom, I'll be supporting the foreshadowed motion. I won't be supporting the staff recommendation, because we need to keep doing things differently, because that's what makes us the very best city in New Zealand, if not the world.
Thank you. My turn after Councillor Henstock.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. My point is very brief. I'm happy to support the staff on this recommendation because for me it's about timing, and the trial doesn't make sense at this time. We're not saying no, not ever. We're saying no, not now. It's still, the street is not being used in the way that it's intended to be. The issue for me is that any intel that we're going to be gathering during the trial period will be of little probative value to us. And I don't think that we should be spending money just because we can.
Okay, right. Councillor.
Moore. There's Councillor Moore.
Yeah. You, and then Councillor Moore. Yeah.
Me. Luckily, I know who me is. Look, we've heard this may or may not be the best time to do a trial. What we also know is that there actually probably will not be a better funding opportunity now. This subsidy of 90% seems a real shame to let slip through our hands. This is a great project, and as the chief executive of the Isaac Theatre Royal said, a refresh of grey Gloucester Street is something that really excites them. And this also isn't an either or. We can do both, and we should be trying to make our CBD a better place and our suburbs. And in fact, we are doing that. The Aranui version of this project is well advanced of this one. If other projects need their scope extended, then fine, let's do that. But let's do that on a round 2 of that project, not try and destroy another equally worthy one. So my foreshadowed seeks a compromise with the two-way option. The one-way aspect caused a little bit of controversy, but this compromise that enables the two-way option does allow us to take advantage of that government funding opportunity. So I guess I would finish by imploring colleagues to please, let's be better than Hamilton.
Okay. What happened in Hamilton?
Nothing.
Oh,
That's the
right.
problem.
Okay. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. We've just sort of heard it's not really clear to know exactly when the appropriate time will be, but what we do know is that there's going to be thousands of people in this area. It's going to be a performing arts precinct. There's going to be a lot of people, a lot of pedestrians. Something is going to need to be done for pedestrianisation at some point. If we waited for these large facilities to open and then started a trial after which time, which would cause a lot of disruption, I don't think that would be a good time. When you're trying to open something like that, you want as little disruption as possible. That's a really critical period. So ideally we need to get it right before these places open, because that's when people are going to start absolutely pouring in. Right now the price is 90% off. That is a good price. In terms of being car friendly, I've done a few pickups and drop-offs there in the old Uber days around Gloucester Street and when the Isaac Theatre Royal closes. I don't see it as car friendly currently when trying to do pickups and drop-offs. It is not an easy process. So what I would love to see from a trial is any which way to identify the best possible way for pickups and drop-offs to operate, both efficiently and as safe as possible. Both of these things are important. So I really do feel like a trial does need to be done at some point. To start it after a facility opens seems problematic and potentially very disruptive. But for the record, I am never supportive at this point in time in 10K areas. But hey, as something becomes permanent one day, we can have that discussion then. But in the meantime, I do feel like a trial needs to be done before that thing opens. Thank you.
Okay, me. Oh.
I just want to mention a couple of things, because one of them's be careful what you ask for, because you might get a trial now before the facilities are there and open and get not very good results. Then what are you going to do? You're going to actually take it out because the paperwork will come back and say, look, it's not very successful. Or do you just go, no, we know better, we'll just leave it in. So careful what you ask for, because the staff did say their timing earlier in the year made sense because there was a couple of really big events on, centred in that area. So they could have tested what they were planning for. And then the other one is around the photos this morning from New York. I'll notice that none were from the theatre district, because in the theatre districts of New York, the roads still have traffic on them. The footpaths are the same width as ours, they're just packed full of people. and Times Square is cut off at the point that it was shown in the photo, and it does have a lot of, shall we say, the sort of people you don't let your kids play with hanging around the area. And the theatres are at least a block back with roads running outside them, and Times Square only has really massive retail stores and a couple of hotels off the edge. That's all it is. People are there for the signs and the crowd, but the footpaths outside the theatres work really, really well, and they have thousands and thousands of people on them, and I think that our footpaths can take big numbers, and so careful what you ask for, because you might trial it at the wrong time and get a really bad result, and that would be quite irresponsible. And yes, I don't always agree with the Mayor on some things. One of them's on free money from the government, because it's not free. The government's borrowed this money and they're loading it on future generations. So splashing out on cool projects, which this is a cool project, I won't knock that side of it. I think the design was pretty cool. But it's not free money, it's borrowed money that's being loaded on generations to come. Let's not forget that when we take money from the government.
Let's go to
Hamilton. Oh, me? I'm pleased that Councillor Johansson.
When I finish up. Yeah.
Let me just say, I'm pleased that 50% of my admirers club is here today. No, the president from the Banks Peninsula branch. I do really like it when the government give us money to do things, right? Take the likes of the $27 million for the surf stuff. That's great. The $78 million for the PT stuff. That's great. But in my head, it's all for permanent stuff. I still struggle with $1.4 million, which is coming to us, which is good, for something that we're going to maybe rip out in 10 weeks. I don't know. That's the only bit that I have trouble with. So, and we have heard from stakeholders up and down the street, at different ends of the street, saying we're stuffing up movement of cars and things like that. So I listened to them, also listened to Aaron saying that until the court theatre's there and up and functioning, we don't really know how much we're going to have there. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation, and we'll see how we go. Councillor Johansson.
I wonder if people walked around the central city, they'd say the same thing that the Aranui community said, which in the future of Transport Aranui, it says, Aranui residents often feel isolated from other communities, and high levels of car dependency currently exist, partly due to poor alternative options. Yet there is significant potential for walking and cycling to school and to other local destinations or nearby communities. Inadequate street infrastructure to support active travel, relatively high-risk roads, lack of community awareness and education activities to support transport choices, loose dogs and personal safety concerns were all given as important issues. Specific opportunities such as speed management, street designs to slow traffic and make crossing safer and easier, and linking with the Regen Christchurch plans for the Avon River were identified. It quotes, to quote it, Aranui is in a position of great transport opportunity. However, whilst multiple government agencies and organisations are interested in developing safer and healthier streets in Aranui, there is currently limited coordinated effort. If you went around the central city, I think you'd be hard-pressed to have the same views that the people in Aranui have. I want to commend our staff for the excellent engagement they've done in the Aranui community around the Streets for People project. While it's taken since 2018 to get progress, the reality is that the government funding has enabled staff to go and engage with people. Their engagement has been excellent. They've come up with some brilliant plans to really address the concerns that exist. But I am concerned when you contrast it to the Gloucester Street trial, the sheer quantum of money that pales in comparison. $1.4 million for one tiny street in the central city compared to $2.6 million for an entire community that is struggling to get safer pedestrian facilities, struggling to get safe cycle spaces, struggling to deal with speed. To me, it's really obvious that the staff recommendation is very clear that we do not proceed with this trial now for the reasons around the uncertainty of the future of the street in terms of the construction ability to impact, the construction impact on a trial. The thing that was missing from the photographs that we had today is we didn't have the photographs of the Te Kaha Stadium being built with flash paving outside, or we weren't being recommended to do trials outside Riverside while it was being constructed. I think it is far more prudent and sensible to wait for the construction to finish and then look at what we do in terms of having the trial. I support low-cost, flexible interventions to understand how people use space to get the best value of the money that's being spent, whether it's central or local government. I'm deeply concerned that the inequity lens is not being applied over these two projects. So to me, it's really clear. There's good reasons to not proceed with this trial today. It doesn't preclude us from doing it in the future. And there's other communities that have far greater needs that deserve to get the support that possibly they'll get an opportunity through this if we agree to the staff recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Cotter. Coker. And then I was looking at
promotion.
I was looking at Kelly, and he starts with no. Don't carry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Aaron. Did you say that the design is pretty cool? Well, that might be why that Waka Kotahi just the other day said that we have a key leadership role in Aotearoa. And they said that other cities look to us for best practice around cycleways and things like this. I'm sorry, Aaron, but it's a pity you're not. Look, like Florence, when I take my daughter to Tauranga and we swap her library books for new ones, we often follow that up with an ice cream on New Regent Street. But you've got to cross the grey, drab Gloucester Street that does not mirror the fabulous changes that are happening around other places in our city. And we have tourists that walk around there. They go and they catch a tram, they go to the convention centre, they go look at the cathedral just around the corner, and then we have Gloucester Street. And I don't really want to say this, but it did become apparent to me just now. It seems to me this is another case of Litchfield Street, where businesses based outside the area are interfering, in my opinion. And I also thought, well, I'll keep that to myself. But what I want to say is that let's make streets for people, because that is the whole point of this. It's a trial, and it will be awesome.
Councillor Barber.
Thanks very much. Yeah, in this case, I'm going to support the staff recommendation. I'm interested in their capacity, wondering about their capacity to deliver stuff. So I also want to make note of Councillor Johansson's points around the Streets for Aranui project. You know, there's certainly plenty of work that needs to be done out in our eastern community, and I'd love to see any leftovers sent out that way. I'm happy to wait until we have a better idea of the needs of this area and to see how things evolve out there. However, should this fail, I'd like to commend Councillor McClellan on his the practicality of his foreshadowed motion. I think that makes sense should this fail. Thank you.
Okay, right.
Tyler.
Okay, Councillor Harrison Hunt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to use the whole 3 minutes. I just wanted to just communicate to everyone at the table and through the stream that I unequivocally disagree with that rhetoric of lack of equity, because this is not swapping one for the other. This is having both at the same time. And do I disagree with, or do I agree with the lack of action that's happening in the East? Yes, I do. And we've seen that through the public long-term plan process that we've seen, that there are going to be things that are being taken out of the East. And I actually challenge Councillor Johansson and those others that actually are represented in the East to make sure that they look after their ward in that respect. When it comes to Gloucester Street and those other projects, they have nothing to do with each other. And in my opinion, I think that's absolutely farcical. So that's pretty much me. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. And thank everyone for listening.
Okay, then lastly, Councillor McDonald.
Really briefly, I'm actually disappointed in the debate. I thought we had a really good session on Monday where we decided we would debate the issues and not the people. Oh, no, hang on, Mel, you did have your say, and you brought this in. I mean, I just think it's really unfortunate when we can't, as a council, have those constructive debates on issues, you know, and when they're personalised, it is very unfortunate. You know, I had a range of questions for the council staff, but unfortunately, they're all public excluded questions, because the team have been very pragmatic and done a range of work that would see, I think, the city not at a significant disadvantage should this not proceed today, following along from the themes that Councillor Johansson has raised. So I don't think I've got much more to add other than, yeah, I'm sort of disappointed in this debate.
Okay, so with that, I will put what you see on the screen right there. Okay. Okay, do division, please.
So it's supporting the staff recommendation or not.
So voting on what you see on the screen for the staff recommendation, the mayor.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Barber.
Aye.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Donovan.
No.
Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor McClellan.
No.
Councillor Moore.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
Councillor Templeton.
No.
9 against. It's 8-4, 9 against.
Okay, so that's
So we move
lost.
to the
So
foreshadow
we now
motion?
move to the foreshadow motion, which is right about
Might as well come back up.
any minute now.
Might as well.
Okay.
Can you put 3 separate?
Do you just want to put your name down on 3 as doing something different?
If the other 2 go through, which I presume they will based on that vote. Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
first, Jake, we have you as the mover. I need a seconder for the foreshadow.
That's Tim.
Tim? All 3 separate?
I don't look the vote. No, I think it's just 3 would be the only one, and anyone would have a problem with it, except for those parties.
Okay, so if the meeting's comfortable, we can do a division on all 3 recommendations, and I can note down who would like their vote recorded against recommendation 3. Does that work?
Just 3.
Whatever's easiest, Katie.
Okay, great.
Whatever works for you.
Fantastic.
You just need to tell them what's going to work for you.
Guys, just for a moment, I know it's hard for you, but let's try.
All right. Well, now that I'm hearing what I'm hearing, we're going to do a division on recommendations 1 and 2. We'll put 3 separately. Okay, great. All right, recommendation 1 and 2 on the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Templeton.
Aye.
Councillor McClellan.
Aye.
Councillor McDonald.
No.
Councillor Johansson. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Peters.
Abstain.
The Mayor.
No.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen. Councillor Goff.
No, but a note that I support 3.
We're going to do 3 separately.
Yeah.
Councillor Henstock.
No.
Councillor Fields.
Aye.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. It's 10-4, 6 against, 1 abstention. So 1 and 2 are.
Yeah, well, you just said that. 1 and 2 are carried.
You're fine.
Okay, so we're now doing.
Yes. So recommendation 3. Do we need to?
Why don't we just raise hands?
Because we've got people on.
Okay. Can I do? Does the meeting want a division, or would we like to see nays? Division.
A division, please. Division, please.
Yeah, we've got you, Sarah. Councillor Temperton.
So.
All right. Are you ready? Recommendation 3. Fantastic. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Aye.
Councillor McClellan.
Yes.
It's your vote.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen. Councillor Fields.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Coker. Councillor Templeton.
No.
Councillor Donovan.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The mayor.
Yep.
It's 3 against.
That's carried.
That's carried.
Okay.
Clear direction for staff, thank you.
That didn't take long either. Righto. Number 22. Thank you for being so patient up the back. Now, for the sake of causing grief, I'm going to suggest that this could be quite quick.
It would be good.
So, who was? Pauline is happy to move it, and I'm happy to second it. Have we got any questions? Councillor Johansson.
Thank you. Just one question for clarification. A number of the policies that we're proposing to get rid of have actions within them. So the youth policy has a youth action plan that we do every year. I'm just trying to understand how people can have visibility of the other work programs that will support those policies that we're removing.
The youth strategy that's in that we're talking about was written in 1998 and hasn't been amended since then. So what we're currently doing is working to this community-led strategy that council enabled young people to write themselves. We work to the youth action plan, and we've also embedded more actions into the Strengthen Communities Together strategy, particularly Objective 1.4, where it says that we'll harness the strengths of diverse communities and address issues of social exclusion, including youth and children. However, the Strengthening Communities strategy covers young people and children in every aspect of every pillar and every objective of the strategy. Is that answering your question?
What I was just trying to understand though is in the consultation that we do,
Yes.
how will people have visibility of, we're not stopping doing that work, we're
No.
just doing it in a different way. So it's just so when people make submissions, they can understand that it's not like we're just going to stop doing work in that space.
Yeah,
we're just
absolutely.
doing it in a different way through a different process.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be having bespoke engagements with our partners, and that will be the youth sector as well. We're anticipating that those questions might be raised too.
Okay.
And we'll be encouraging young people to use that process through the engagement and hearings process to have their voices heard. So we're really looking forward to the engagement aspect of this.
Thank you.
starting the button up. I think we could, we've got a move and seconder. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Carried.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Claire. Righto, number 23, endorsing the strategic framework. Hey, Tony, good to see you again.
Kia ora. I'm Jessica Allison-Batt. I'm a Principal Advisor in the Climate Resilience team, and of course you know Tony Moore, who's also another Principal Advisor. I'll take the paper largely as read and just give a short overview and take any questions. So in November, the Canterbury Mural Forum directed staff to prepare a partnership plan, which is going to support regional cooperation and alignment on climate action. So the partnership plan provides a range of benefits, including economies of scale and strengthening our voice to central government on local challenges and opportunities posed by climate change. So further detail on those benefits are in the report at point 3.6. The strategic framework for that partnership was endorsed by the elected member reference group to the Mural Forum in June 2023, and the reference group is now inviting Canterbury councils to endorse the strategic framework ahead of public engagement led by Environment Canterbury in October. So you'll find the strategic framework at attachment A to the report we provided. The framework is well aligned to our climate resilience strategy, and it will help us deliver on our program under that strategy around partnerships and resourcing. So at this stage, we're not seeking a decision on specific actions or funding requirements for the partnership. So as the partnership plan is developed, Council will have oversight and decision-making authority on any funding allocated, and those key steps will be decisions by Council on funding allocated through the long-term plan, decisions by Council on whether to adopt the final Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan in 2024, and decisions by Council on what activities are specifically funded through the triennial Canterbury Mural Forum Agreement. So I'd welcome any questions or comments you may have, and at this stage we're just seeking endorsement of that strategic framework on behalf of the elected member reference group. John, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, perfect.
Okay. Has anybody got any questions? Okay. Do move and second.
Yeah, move and second.
Who would like to move this?
I'm happy to move it, Phil.
Thank you. Sarah will move it, and and Councillor Cotter will. Coker, you've got to stop doing that. Right.
Your
Councillor
sisters.
Templeton moves it. Councillor Coker seconds it. It was easy to say the other way. Do we have all that? You got that? Okay, good. Thank you. Right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you very much. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 33.
33. Okay.
I just want to, for members to commend the very quick turnaround from staff in terms of getting this to you, particularly in light of the fact that it's been only recently released by government, and we will be responding by the timeline, assuming you approve.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. We have provided, following discussion with a number of councillors, a draft submission on the government's draft policy statement on land transport. I'm happy to take that as read and receive questions, or if councillors would prefer, I'm also happy to provide a brief summary of the points, the thematic points that we've made.
Yep.
Summary of points?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So you'll recall that there were a number of elements in the GPS land transport, including a number of strategic priorities for this year. Councillors were in support of, councillors and staff were in support of the addition of a maintaining and operating the system priority, and the new climate change configuration of separating resilience and emissions reduction. Through the in the submission, we're also seeking to elevate the Greater Christchurch Mass Rapid Transit and Public Transport Futures programs into the list of strategic projects and initiatives for Waka Kotahi to take account of. We're also supporting a ministerial priority of building back better, because that gives us additional flexibility as a council to improve instead of a like for like, we can improve, add greater resilience into while we're maintaining our transport assets. And while there was support for the funding increases in the GPS land transport, these were received with caution in the face of inflationary pressures and the extent to which the funding is already committed. We're seeking approval today to lodge the submission ahead of the deadline on the 15th of September, or for councillors to nominate a delegated authority to seek any further changes on behalf of council before the submission date. Happy to take questions.
Okay. Anyone got any questions? Nope. So can I have a mover for that? Tim will be happy to move it. Councillor Scandrick. Yeah, we will go into debate. Yeah, is Mark and Councillor Peters is seconding it. So debate. Go away, please, Mr. Scandrick.
Just wanted to reiterate the massive amount of work you've done on this, and I want to thank you personally for the time that you gave in those wee workshop kind of meetings. It's really helpful too, so thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to do three things at once here. Okay, so we will put that up for vote. I'll put that vote. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Thank you very much, Kerry.
Thank you.
So, yeah, this one. Yep, number 25. There they all are. Good to see you again, guys. Looking forward to this one. Tell us what's good, bad, and otherwise. Tell us what's good, bad, and otherwise.
Fair enough. Thanks, councillors. I'll introduce Robbie Schmidt, who will take you through some of the highlights, and then if you've got any questions at the end, do let us know.
Yep. Thank you for having us. We're presenting the Central City Biennial Report, which outlines regeneration and growth in the Central City over a 6-month period. In this case, January to June. I'll run through a quick highlight reel of the report. The report itself, an attached PDF, will have all the details. Starting with quick headlines of key progress. First, vacant land area fell by 22% since 2021 to under 37 hectares. That's a loss equivalent to 11 Latimer squares, and that's due to large projects starting and steady office and housing development. And we also had record spending numbers for a Jan to June period after we saw a post-COVID stream of international tourists. After looser travel restrictions globally, we exceeded the previous record in 2021 by 10%. We're optimistic about further boosts from Chinese visitors returning in summer. Housing delivery is at a good pace, with over 150 homes being built and under 100 getting building consent. And council also extended funding for the CCBA's security patrols for a further 2 years. And our stats that we update quarterly can be seen on the link on the slide. Yeah, more detail on the vacant land, as well as the 22% fall overall. The amount of unmanaged land also fell by half. Vacant land's increasingly being managed for temporary purposes like construction support and temporary car parking. And the city vacant rating has encouraged site improvements on a lot of temporary car parks, making a nice difference to many sites in areas like Manchester Street, the South Frame, and Cathedral Square. And in support of the rate, we also temporarily activate prominent vacant sites. On St Asaph Street, the new youth space with basketball court and giant spray cans was delivered in February, with an opening event in March, well attended and well received. And the court and cans will remain until ECAN develop the site. And we also contributed planters and seating for a pocket park on Gloucester by Turanga and Press Lane. And through grant funding, we supported various projects by Gap Filler, Green Lab, Life in Vacant Spaces, and the CCBA. For example, Gap Villas Yarn Bombing Festival Yarniki, and the multiple projects in the Life and Vacant Spaces Incubator on Cashel Street. Moving on to barrier sites, we've seen key progress. Consents are being sought for a new use on the old Harley Chambers site on Cambridge Terrace and by 92 Litchfield Street. The containers were removed, allowing for street upgrades while repairs continue. There are also plans for the former Noah's/Ridges Hotel on Oxford Terrace to be reinstated after the car park building on site is demolished. And the owner of the Hereford Suites has committed to tidying the building and resolving construction issues. Moving on to major development, it's going strong. Key projects consented and underway include the 2 new Carter Group retail and office buildings like 33 Cathedral Square shown up there. The Grand in Cathedral Square has also had most of its work complete during this time, and it's due to be done this spring. To the right we have Te Kaha with foundation work complete. Vertical construction began in June. The historic Citizens War Memorial was completed and rededicated in February. And for the cathedral, with stabilisation done in March, the main reinstatement works now proceeding safely. Project 8011 continues to support our emerging neighbourhoods and growing central population. There were 159 homes delivered during the report period. Another almost 500 homes are in the pipeline. 96 net new homes were consented. Consent applications aren't coming at the same rate seen in the previous 2 years, but there's still a steady number of multi-unit townhouse and apartment developments being applied for throughout the city, and work continues on different blocks in One Central, including Cambridge Quarter, which is almost complete. We undertook community engagement for a neighbourhood plan in the growing southeast neighbourhood of the central city. Feedback's now being analysed. This will help shape a vision and key focus areas in a draft plan for wider public consultation. And a new activation project at Suffolk Street with trees, landscaping and artwork is also supporting this. And that's it. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. That's very, very good. You can come and talk to us all day. Councillor McClellan.
Thank you. A lot of good news stories to tell in the CBD, obviously. Around the how far off we are. I mean, I know it was a stretch goal. We shouldn't be held to it. It's not a failure not to hit the 20,000 by 2028. We are behind, but what's the quantum? What's the gap?
There was always the expectation that housing delivery
stretch
would
goal.
ramp up. I think the gap at the moment, it's difficult to give a sort of linear gap in that sense.
Because it doesn't move at a linear rate, sure.
But I think it's fair to say that the sort of uncertain position of the housing market at the moment means that there probably isn't as many consents coming through the pipeline as we probably projected right now. But we're still on track, but it will need some catching up.
So you don't have any idea come 2028 whether we'll be 5,000 away, 2,000?
It shouldn't be anywhere near that far away. I think we're still on target towards the 20,000. It's just whether we fall short by 1,000 people
or two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. 492 homes in the pipeline. Are you able to tell me roughly how many of them are sort of that 3 stories or less, percentage-wise, like very, very rough numbers? Yeah, I'm just wondering like how much of those are, higher.
Is townhouses and 3, sometimes 4-story.
Yeah.
But we can get some data around that.
Nice one, thank you.
Okay, good as gold. So, thank you very much. No more questions. I will ask for the mover, who is probably James, Councillor Goff, and Councillor Moore, a seconder. Is that right? Any debate? No debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Brilliant. Okay, so we're getting right down to the last couple of things. So
doing well on time.
The next one is Councillor Moore's notice of motion, item number 31. Thanks, John. So he presents it. Mm-hmm. All right. Happy. for some strange reason, Councillor Moore is happy to move. And Councillor Kewen is happy to second.
Yeah, Councillor Donovan's happy to second, but Councillor Kewen's also happy to second. So overwhelming seconding and support. This
Can
is
I ask
fantastic.
Councillor Moore to speak to it first?
And do you want the officer advice reiterated?
Councillor Moore to introduce it?
I'd love to.
Councillor Cotter would like Coca would like you to say a few words, please.
But won't make it too long. Just give you an idea on where I've been heading with this. Closure of roads is very, very commonplace in an area like Hallsville with very intensive development. Some of these key routes are closed on occasion for months at a time, which is all part of it, has to be done. Now, when there's a road closure in the area, every single one of them generally I get asked about. So in the last 15 months, we've had Aidenfield Drive, Wales Street, Olden Crescent, Quaifs Road, Sutherland Road, Sabies, Kennedy's Bush Road, Augustine Drive. 5 of which were developer-led, 3 council-led. So I received questions on each of them, but I didn't get notification of any of them. So what it's meant is I've needed to chase information, sometimes with council staff, sometimes with contractors. But a streamlined process would have helped create efficiencies and me having to ask less questions and take people's time. We sometimes do get start work notices for sometimes really, really minor works, which don't require road closure, but haven't been getting start work notices for these type of closures, which has created some headaches. And I've made sure it's not just me being barking mad. We had 3 community board chairs today.
Oh, so it definitely was then.
Speaking, there are some parts of the city where I'm told this hasn't been so much of an issue, but somewhere that has. And I'm open to any options. The existing issue for me is fairly clear. Not wanting to place extra burdens, I'm actually wanting to decrease them where possible. I do feel that the developer-led road closures, I feel like the contractors will be quite happy to flick a notification through if it means that the word of a closure gets out further. Because they're already required to letterbox drop an area that's immediately impacted a week before a closure. But the poor contractors at the end of the line, when a phone number's on a road closure sign, residents will phone them to ask questions that may have already been answered if a notification was shared on social media in advance. So I'm confident it can help reduce some workload for the poor contractors on the end of the line, who've always been very helpful to me in these processes. I do think it's useful for the public to be forewarned of a road closure. It can mean they take a more efficient route. Forewarning means less congestion, less frustration, and ultimately safer roads, particularly when we've got road closures near schools. The public generally also appreciate just knowing why a road is closed. It is their roads after all. Understand work's got to be done, but just a courtesy of knowing the reason I've found really useful for residents. At the end of the day, I can notify thousands of people by social media in a few clicks and also notify local schools when roads nearby are going to be closed. I'm offering to do these communications for free. I imagine other elected members might be quite keen to do the same. Or they might not, and that's fine too. So I'm open to any form of process of some description that makes improvements. As I say, wanting to lessen a burden, not increase. But the bottom line is I'm just keen to get these notifications out into the community where they belong, wherever we can. Thank you.
Now look what you've done. You caused all these questions. Councillor Cotter. And
So
then,
is this going to be questions of staff?
I've got a question of staff.
Yeah.
Please. So just, and, you know, it's a really good thing, Councillor Moore, but just wondering, so in the report it states this will require, 2.2, require time and resource to complete, and Councillor Moore has clearly stated that he doesn't really want it to use a lot of resource. Would it help if it was not a report back, if it was just investigate and perhaps convey this by, or just instigate rather than building a report? Would that change the resource burden?
This has been moved and seconded, so no amendments are permissible.
So, through the chair, can I put a bit of context around it from our point of view as staff and the staff advice that's come back to Councillor Moore? We are as a regulatory authority in that sense, obligated to allow people access to the road corridor. So Councillor Moore has identified utility providers and developers and all sorts of parties that need to access the road corridor. If they change how that is used, there needs to be a temporary traffic management plan, whether that be for cars or for people or for bikes. We have processes in place to advise, to require people to advise when road closures are going into place. They involve signs at the site for a number of days before it's going to happen, and they involve letterbox drops, all sorts of things. All of the road closures that we are aware of are on our public website and are available on our public website. All of the ones that we are aware of are on it. And that is a lot of them. They are on, and where we have changes to traffic patterns, it's on our website. We are currently undergoing a piece of work to improve that information and the information we get back from contractors to load on that site. And we are looking to improve that website. A report back will be a resource burden. Yes, we will have to put some resource on it. At the moment, I'm not sure what that will mean doesn't get done, because I'm not sure who's going to do it. But we will continue with updating that website as well, because that piece of work is planned and is underway. So just to implement something isn't an answer. We've been asked to come back with options, so we would need to do a report. That'd be my answer. You agree with me?
Yeah, I agree with my colleague, through you, Mr. Chair. I would also say that first up, the concept of extrapolating information that is already on a website and our focus being on that website, feeding it into a different format and passing it to others is counterintuitive to our citizen self-service, reducing administration philosophy. That's not to say that we might not find another option, but up front we would struggle, and like at Lynette's team, we do not have a resource that we can identify at the moment to undertake this, so we would need to deprioritise another initiative.
That's right, carry on.
So you're saying that the improvements to the website are underway,
yep,
and that should make it easier for elected members and members of the community to access road closure information in a timely manner in the area.
The improvements should make it easier to be clear about what the changes to the traffic in that area are for and why they're there. Because often it's the why that hasn't been clear.
Oh, okay.
And how long. So we're looking to improve all of that on the website.
Do you have a time frame for that?
They're working on it presently. There's software development underway on that at the present time, which has been slightly delayed.
Mm.
It's in the next 8 to 12 weeks it'll be up and running, is my understanding from the team.
So we could wait and see what that brings. Thank you.
Councillor Scandrick.
Am I able to issue just a point of clarification to the question raised?
If you so desire.
So, yeah, looking to lessen the burden long term, but of course, to look at options, they would have to look at it, and that requires some work. They can't, just come up with the options. Yeah, of course that will require some work. They have to. But looking to lessen the burden long term, I've had multiple examples of road closures of roads that are closed that have not been on the website. There are multiple examples, and I've got the email trails of them. And again, this is just looking at options. It's not asking for a clear-cut process, just for options on how we can improve those communications. But I can't see also how it would be counterintuitive to get the information of a closure to where it needs to go, which is the general public. That's exactly who needs to know about a closure. So just need to clarify that point. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Scandrick.
Yeah, just a quick one. When a road closure is proposed, and we look at, say, then a second one comes in somewhere that could affect the traffic flow through an area, or around an area, or whatever, do we have ability, do we have, in our planning process, ability to see that? And if we recognise it, can we negotiate or ask one of the party, or say the second party, because one's already, that can they delay it? Because I totally get, we cannot, organisations, whoever, have an absolute right to undertake work. So I'm just wondering about that.
Yes, where we know about it.
Yep.
And there are standing rules and standing operating rules within the traffic management system. So you're not supposed to have another closure on a detour route, for example.
Yep.
But again, it's we have an oversight role and a regulatory role when we know about it.
So what, if I may say,
There may be instances that it will happen where someone puts something in that we don't know about. Because they're focused on delivering their project, their development, whatever, they just put it in. They don't. I'm just saying it has been known that people don't necessarily get approvals for what they're doing, and that's when we get out there and sort it out as well.
Yep.
The New Zealand way of doing things.
I know.
Bloody contractors. Councillor McClellan, did you have a question?
Oh yeah. We might as well go to 5. So initially I was confused, sorry Andre, when I was reading this about what the purpose is, but now I understand it's not so much about, it reads like there's a document out there that you just can't be bothered sending to us, but that's not the case. It's more about the quality of the data at the other end, which it sounds like you're already working to improve. If you get this all approved, which is really the essence of this, what I'm saying is I don't want to inadvertently sign myself up for more emails. So if you do sort this out and then you also manage to send it out to elected members, I'm assuming there'll be an opt-out. Cool, that'd be great. Thank you.
Brilliant. Councillor Coker.
Are we allowed to ask questions of Andre? I'm not asking you, Jake. So yeah.
Bore on in.
You know, so my question is, why exactly have you asked for this? I guess because if the people who live in the street, if it's people that live there, have been informed by a letterbox drop, why would anyone else need to know?
Brilliant question, because thousands of other people use that road in some cases every day.
So it's a through road, you mean?
Yeah, the examples I've given, the way Halsell was laid out, is a lot of where these developments are taking places are not necessarily currently where someone lives, but a through road for literally thousands every week.
Right.
So in some cases, it might be literally only 5 places that get letterbox dropped, but again, that doesn't reach the thousands of people that use the road. So that's where I'm getting with that.
But do they have, you know, those orange things with the white square and it says go that way and people know where to drive?
Yes, but again, it depends on where it is, because if someone might drive all the way there and have taken a longer route to find the road is closed, then that leads to frustration. They'll end up driving faster. It might be around a school road, for example, and if they knew in advance, that would create less travel movement, less congestion, ultimately less emissions, and safer roads if people already know which way to go. But the other point there is when a road is closed, the developers already have a start work notice, and that goes in the letterboxes. But that start work notice, it says what the work is for, roughly how long it's going to take, who's carrying it out, and here's this notice here, and it goes in letterboxes. Ideally, it would also land in front of the elected members too, so I can then let the wider community know. But currently there's this notice there that just goes in a few letterboxes, so it goes into 5 letterboxes, so 5 people know, instead of thousands at once, which we can do with a few clicks of the button. So I believe the developers would be quite happy, just if it's a developer-led closure, or the contractors would be quite happy to just add that notification also by email to key stakeholders, whether it's community boards or to elected members direct, whatever it is. I feel like they'd be very, very happy to do that because it'll lessen the amount of people phoning them, hey, what's this all about?
So why don't you make that your notice of motion then, that we ask the developers
Well,
to do that?
my notice of motion is report back on options. And I've left it pretty open because I've got a very open mind as to how this can, should and will work.
Okay.
But it's closures in general as opposed to just if it's developer or contractor led. Because if council's going to close a road and they're going to close a road for 4 weeks, it's probably a good thing to let the elected members know, fair to say. Yeah. So I wouldn't restrict it to developers.
Kia ora. This is for Lynette. So can we just clarify, when wouldn't you know it works?
When wouldn't we know of a road closure happening?
Sorry, microphone.
Sorry. Yeah, I got clicked at. When wouldn't we know of a road closure happening, or it be advised on the website? Normally that would be a short-term closure that's being done under a generic plan, so it might be a day or two, something's closed because we're doing a bit of surfacing or something. So it's a short-term closure, or someone hasn't put the right formal processes in place. That would be the only times we wouldn't know, and it shouldn't be up on the site. I fully accept that the site is not, that the improvements have to happen on the website as well.
Gotcha. And could that be potentially one of your options if this does go through?
Well, yes, it will clearly be one of the options, yeah.
Okay, and the next question is around the GPS. So, for example, maps, for example, Google Maps and Apple Maps, they all update with works, road closures, etc. Can you just in layman's terms, tell me how that works out? Or how it works essentially, because that could be quite applicable to this.
That's probably something I can't. I'm probably worse than a layman at trying to explain technology like that. Sorry, councillor.
Okay.
But I do know they work on congestion, but I don't know how we link into them with that. So that's something I can report back on as part of this if it goes through.
Okay, no worries. Cool.
Might I just clarify about that?
That's it.
Yeah, so it's likely that there'll be all sorts of situations, for example, an emergency work that needs to be done to fix a road, only goes for a few hours. There'll be plenty of cases where notifications aren't necessary or practical. That's the idea of getting options. So, yeah, we're not signing up for something crystal clear, which is every single closure. It's literally just options. Okay. There'll be plenty of examples we don't need them. And also, you're not signing up for anything or signing up to an emailing list because we're just looking at options as well. So, yeah.
Okay, and so lastly, Councillor Johansson.
If this gets supported and comes back, will this have the ability to look at how we notify the residents as well? Because some of the concerns that have been raised with me is that the requirement for 100 metres each side of the road closure isn't always letting the people that need to know, especially if you're in a cul-de-sac, for example, and you've done the bottom, if the first 100 metres get notified, but you don't. So I'm just wondering if when this comes back, that we'll look at, any improvements we could make around our TMP approval process around how the community also gets notified.
I'm sure it will.
I mean, that's not what I'm asking for in my notice of motion, because elected members will know pretty well who needs to hear about a road closure if they so deem appropriate. I'm not wanting this to put extra work on, for example, engagement staff, letting communities know. I feel like elected members are very, very capable of using their resources to get those communications out further.
Okay,
that's where I'm going with that.
We've done this to death, and I think we know where we're heading. I'd like to, we have a mover and a seconder. I'd like to put the motion. We would like to do some debate.
Doing a full day.
Councillor Scandrett would love to do some debate.
Yeah, thank you. Look, it just sounds like, as we're going around the table, that it's an atrocious system. I just want to commend staff. We've had a few road closures in Beckenham and other areas, and one has gone on for quite a long time. And the information driven by council through the contract has been outstanding. It's been quite sensitive. An issue was brought to me about a family in really awkward and a horrendous situation, and staff bent over backwards for them. So the communication was outstanding. I realise that no system's perfect and can always improve, but I do want to commend the staff, and we as councillors do also have to pick up when there are gaps and take a bit on the chin and lead from the front. So I just want to thank staff.
Okay. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. I'm with Andre on this. I mean, I've experienced some of the frustration that he has, and I see the frustration he has on a number of occasions. Anything that can be brought to make this a better situation where 100% of the time we let know what's going on these closures, that would be really great. because having to dig into the system and create more stress into the system to find these answers, I don't believe is working, and we need to find a way to make it simpler and easier and better for everybody. So happy to support this, and hopefully we can get this working better.
Right, Councillor Fields.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it, because I think at the heart of it, it's really just about councillors just giving some direction that they want really sharp, good, high quality information, which we always get, but we're mindful of it, and we're just always looking to do better. And I think that we have the technical skills and the technical solutions that could make this pretty easy, I would say. So yeah, I'm happy to support it.
Right, we've had enough positive debate, so I'm allowed to put the motion without hearing any other debates. I learnt this last week.
Quick right to reply?
Eh?
Quick right to reply? I'd just also like to commend staff who've been extremely helpful. For every time there's a road closure, I'll email them information. They're always helpful in coming back, and they often having to frantically contact the contractors for information, then the contractors come back to the staff and so on and so forth. So I would like to take work off staff, not where possible.
Excellent. So with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against?
Abstain.
Abstain. Abstain. Pauline's abstain. And
abstains. Councillor Coker is
okay.
a guest.
So now we've only got two things to go. We've got the
We have second notice of motion.
second notice of motion, Councillor Goff and Councillor Henstock about the Norwest Arc MCR.
Hey, just before it's moved and seconded, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Moore asked if the mover and seconder could consider an addition to it, but I understand standing orders requires the meeting to approve the addition of that, and it would just be a 3, notes its commitment to the completion of the Norwest Arc major cycle route.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have to ask if the council is comfortable for us to include that. Well, I'm quite comfortable. It's the advice that I got.
So since
Take it up,
Katie.
Since this is a notice of motion that's been put forward, any amendments made have to be done with the agreement of the meeting at large. Once it's moved and seconded, no further amendments can be made.
Okay.
So you've got to ask if the meeting is comfortable with that.
Is the meeting comfortable to have that yellow bit put in?
Does it need 75% or?
Okay. So, okay, now hang on. We're getting out of gear. Things are going. We've been down very well. So is everyone happy for that yellow bit to be included?
Yes. That's the majority.
That's the majority, right? She's in. Okay. Would you like to present it, please, James?
I actually think it's pretty straightforward, and in the interest of time, could I just reserve my right of reply and see?
Okay. Any other questions of Councillor Skin?
Sorry, Mike.
Apologies there, those overseas. Hope the casino's good, but we won't go there. With regards to if this did not go ahead, could the money be used in other areas by other councillors with their local projects? Well, it's been asked by a number of people, and I'm just thinking I may as well jump in there as well, because I've got a few needs and I'm going to grab the money. But obviously, I could ask. Sorry.
I think that's a no.
No, okay. Okay. With it, correct.
Okay.
I've got a question of staff.
The CE has a question of staff.
So, and I should know this, so I apologise that I don't. Would this need to go back to the hearings panel?
I believe it would, yes.
Just wanted to check.
That's what this is asked for a report on the process, so that's what that will tell you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if that passed, this is not, so this notice of motion is not requesting the change, it is requesting a report on the process to change.
Because I understand we weren't allowed to ask for it to be changed. We had to ask for the process to change.
Correct.
So that's why it's like it is, from what I'm told.
And it returns on the
Okay.
15th.
Righto. So we're still doing questions. Councillor Cotter.
Kia ora, Mayor. So this is requesting this as a report by the 15th of November, which is not actually very far away. Bearing in mind the work that you've just been given to come up with report on notifying road closures, is it going to be a stretch for you to get this work done by then, and who will do it?
To be fair, I'm sitting here answering the questions for you today, but the governance teams are probably the ones, and legal teams are the ones that are likely to be hitting that report. So they've agreed that there's time to do it, unless Helen disagrees with me. My apologies.
Okay, it's more work anyway. And
Yeah.
my other question is, I think I've read it correctly that option B was explored quite in detail through the hearings panel process, and the consultation was around that, and there were people that fed back on that at the time, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we've put that in the staff advice, the feedback that was provided.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder, and now we'll go into debate. Who would like to kick that off? Councillor Kewen.
So, as a local community board member for this area, we've obviously had tons of feedback on this right from the start. A number of people down there aren't opposed to the cycleway. In fact, they're quite encouraging, especially the church groups. You heard from them this morning. They just prefer that this was put on the widest berm in the city rather than down the road and taking out the car parks for the people that need to use them. So if we want cycling to be more popular, more people take it up, we need to work with our communities. And when a particular community stands up and says they don't like something, I think I heard recently people say that we should listen to them and work with them. And so let's vote that way. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Cotter.
Kia ora, Mayor, thank you. Look, I can fully appreciate how people think that this might be a better option, but my reason for not supporting this today is because basically it is way too late in the process, and the cost and the energy which would be consumed in pausing this is a big worry. We're a can-do council. This has already been through consultation, through a hearings panel which did explore option B. People had the opportunity then, and there were reasons clearly outlined why option A was the one selected here. And I believe that the Kaingaora development, there's only added numbers to the street, which actually supports option A even further, because a shared path is not the best practice. It's not the ideal. It's the one that you use when you really don't have any other option.
So it's not shared.
Well, with the one you want to put on the berm.
Separate.
It's not debate.
It's a separate cycle path on the berm.
Right, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I stand corrected. But I just basically, my premise is it's too late in the process. This has gone way too far, and it's going to be commencing in, I think it was December. So you've got to appreciate all the front-loaded work that goes into these projects before you get to that point. It's almost, I think, at a point of no return now. So I just think this is way too late to interrupt the process, so I won't be supporting it today.
Okay, Councillor Peters.
Thank you. I tend not to agree that it is too late. This hasn't been constructed yet, so until the digger's in the ground and they're actually building the option that's been passed, it's not too late to make a change. So, I mean, I've seen examples in my community where major cycle routes have gone through. The community hadn't felt listened to through the process. They got what they didn't want, where they didn't want it. To see another community have the opportunity to, at the last minute, get this changed to something that's more beneficial to their community, I think is well worth having a go at. And hearing the options on how that could be done is, I think, wisdom. As a council, we need to be listening to our communities and trying to take them on the journey, and rather than thrusting a cycleway into their front doors that is going to disrupt their lives, let's see if we can take them on the journey and give them an asset that they can all be proud of and work with and use on a regular basis. So let's try and get this right. Let's try and get it built right the first time and get it sorted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fields.
However we vote on it, like, I don't think that this is it's definitely not a pro or anti-cycleway thing. It's not about climate change. It's not about ideology. There are reasonable arguments on both sides. I think, I like to think I'm a reasonable person. So, as we're going on the journey to sort of exceptional city status, we have to sort of think about all these things from both angles: the stadium, good movement of traffic, good routes for cycling. So, it's not, there are always good arguments on both sides. I think the main issue I have on this is that it's really come out of nowhere. According to the deputation we had this morning, it sounds like it's been percolating for a while. But I heard the same, and I heard the same yesterday, that it's been percolating for a while. So I'm like, oh, great. Well, thanks for letting me know. Because the first I heard of it was when it came in on the agenda. And, what about no surprises? What about us all going along on a journey together? So I'm kind of sympathetic for the arguments, but I don't really like the way it's been gone about. It seems completely back to front. Looks like we're trying to do something common sense, but it's not really common sense, because there's nothing common sense about disrupting the work program of staff who are under immense pressure. And I understand that people want to do things differently, which is why I'm a fan of what we did with Park Terrace, right? Great, let's innovate, let's apply what we've learned. But this doesn't seem to be a way to achieve that. It seems like we're trying to bogging something down in bureaucracy because it suits you to do that. So I won't be supporting the notice of motion, but I do implore us to work together and figure out solutions that work for our city, that are cost effective and enhance the well-being, because that is the thing that matters. But so I'm not going to support it, but I can certainly understand the reason why you would put it in.
I'm just trying to digest that. Councillor Scandrett.
Oh, surprise. Thank you. I'm going to support this. I think it's a really good example of a community coming and saying, hey, actually, we've thought about this. We're not anti-cycling. There's one way or the other, but what we want to do is work for our community in our area and put it where we would like it and not hinder it. And so I think this is a really good example for those naysayers and yes-sayers looking at a community and saying, actually, cycleways can work. It's really clever that it's come through from a community that's really thought hard about this and where they want it. And communities do change. There's a lot of building in that area, and they've got churches, and you can say, oh, churches only work on a Sunday. But there's actually communities around churches. So I think this is a really good example, and one that we can use, that we are open-minded. We do have to change with regards to climate change and other things and pollution, but this is a really good pragmatic way to go forward. And I know it's going to be a difficult turnaround for staff, and I commend them for this. And I will be supporting this. I think it's a great example of working with the community. And, for every silver birch tree that we lose, we can be planting 2 natives. Remember that as well. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McClelland.
Look, I'm not going to support this, to spend another 280,000, and I know we're not making the decision to proceed with a different option today, but I don't believe in leading staff up the garden path. The ultimate end of this will be spending another $280,000 in redesign. It won't be as safe. We'll have trees cut down and yet another delay to this project. So I think it's actually a no-brainer to vote for no. And again, I want to thank the work of the hearings panel, particularly its chair, Melanie Coker, that panel considered these options at the time and considered the public popularity of the option that was approved at the time. That had the public support. That was the right decision made at the right time. So I stand behind that decision.
Sorry, we've got Councillor Henstock.
Check the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. As a councillor for the neighbouring ward, I'm familiar with this stretch of road, and when you cross Wairaki Road, then it comes into the Papanui ward along Aorangi Road. The majority of local residents are preferring option B, and we're not talking about just a small majority. There's actually 15 of the 16 locals who submitted through the process supported it, And then you heard from Graham today that there's been some door knocking in the area, and there's 100% of the affected locals that are preferring option B. So surely the locals really do need to be listened to and their views respected. We also heard from Graham today a bit about the parking. The parking's already at a premium. I hear the earlier comments about the 3 churches on the street providing essential social services and not just on a Sunday. So that combined with the increasing intensification occurring on the street says to me that it just doesn't make sense to remove all of that parking. And following up on what Councillor Kewen said, earlier this week we sat in a workshop and we agreed that our local voices needed to be respected. And I know that we may have been reflecting on a different but highly controversial matter. We were asked if we could do it again, what would we do differently? And it was overwhelming in the room that we said we would listen to and respect and act on the concerns of the local residents. So, we've got 100% of local residents here that are affected. So I really do think that we've got an opportunity to do it differently, and I ask you to be doing that and to consider the options that are going to come back to us in the report. It strikes me that this is a win-win-win. It's an opportunity for us to achieve the outcome that works for the cyclists and the pedestrians and the road users, so we just couldn't ignore it. And as Mark says, let's get it right. I agree we need more cycling, and you've heard me say it before, but if you want to take people on the journey with you to create sustainable change for good, you have to take people with you. And we've really got an opportunity to do that, and in doing so to restore some public confidence in our decision making, where we say we're listening to our locals and we're going to act on that. So when over 93% of those who have submitted and 100% of the affected locals say they believe there's a better alternative, then I really do think that we have to listen to that and we've got to respect that. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Donovan or Templeton, please.
Be Templeton. So I guess the first big question is, who is affected by this cycleway? And it's not just the few residents who live on the street impacted here. It's a range of kids who want to bike to school or bike to Jelly Park with their parents on the weekends. It's students who want to bike to university, many of them coming from the Papanui ward. And there was overwhelming support for the current option from people who wanted to use the cycleway. And there's lots of data around cycleways. And it's if you want people to be actually using them, you need to put in cycleways that are attractive for people to use. Streets are public realm. They're for everyone to use. They are not private parking lots. And we need to make the most of the limited space that we have available. This has been through a really rigorous process with a hearings panel that listened to multiple submissions from people on the day. They read hundreds of submissions from people, considered everything at once rather than just a small group, and made a recommendation to council unanimously, and then council approved it. It would be a huge delay if we decided to have a relook now. I'd urge councillors and colleagues to reconsider, even if they have already indicated that they might vote in favour of this, and look at the potential costs to council, not only in the resource to write this report, but actually if we went ahead on the amount of resource that would be needed to actually implement this. And I note that for many years, people have railed against gold-plated cycleways that are more expensive than they need to be. And the evidence is clear that the cheapest way to build cycleways is by using road space that has already got a hard surface there, rather than digging up extra bits that don't already have that. As we go along, we're going to get more and more rain events and flood events, and it makes sense to leave as much green space as possible in these streets rather than asphalting it, because that will just increase the amount of rainwater on these streets, and residents will be then complaining to us that they don't have access to their properties because there's small amounts of flooding. So I would urge colleagues to look again, to not put this extra burden on staff when we know at the end of this process that we're not going to vote to spend an extra $200,000. We're currently going through an LTP process where every dollar is being fought over and argued over. And so to even look at spending extra money on a cycleway when people clearly want to use it the way it's currently designed just seems like nonsense.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely mindful of things being potentially too late and time frame and resource and so on and so forth. But this is infrastructure that will be there for many decades to come, so it is important to get it right. The key for me in the notice of motion and the staff response, though, is that it does say that what we're asking for is achievable. As for what might be too late or too costly, I really want to get a report telling us exactly that, so we make an informed decision. It is a report and options I do want to see. Also want to see our cycle network completed. The best way to keep it rocking is to have public buy-in on these projects wherever possible. When someone shows up, there's a church here, for example. When people show up to visit and, there's no parks, there's a cycleway, go, the bloody cycleway. Now they'll go home, and next time a cycle project shows up in their neighbourhood, they might be against it altogether because of not being able to find a park. So if there is a way we can have safe infrastructure, separated cycleways, but also retain parks, that is a positive thing. As for cutting trees down, I have not met many people who like retaining silver birches.
True.
It's been a real issue, actually, the existing ones in many of my community. As for those who preferred option A, totally understandable as well. But those who preferred option A, if the options of option B or not proceeding with a cycleway was put in front of them, I imagine they would unanimously support option B. I imagine they'd be very strongly support a safe, separated cycle lane that retains parks than not having one, surely. So the more people on board with what we are doing, the better, not just for this project, but for the future of the cycle network as well, which I do think we do need to complete. And I also just want to point out a very heartwarming moment for me, which is our commitment here to the completion of this, not cancelling it altogether, but the completion of commitment of completing, and that is supported by Councillor Curran, Councillor Goff. I'm absolutely heartwarmed to see your commitment to completing a cycleway, and I think it's something we need to celebrate. So
let's hope it stays there.
I will be supporting this notice of motion.
Councillor Curran, have you done? You done? He's done. Councillor Coker.
I just wanted to say, as the chair of the hearings panel at the time, and it was a unanimous decision of a hearings panel. There were 5 of us, and we put again a lot of work into this one, where we went on site and we went to see all parts of the Northwest Arc that we were looking at, and we went to this part of Arangi Road, both ends of it. And all of the arguments for option B, which is a shared path, which is less safe for pedestrians and cyclists, were looked at again at the time. And then council voted on it. So I cannot support this because I have to back up what the hearings panel did at the time. And I actually find, I find it a bit sad that we're going to relitigate things from previous council decisions when the work is nearly ready to go ahead, to delay our increased cost. And I mean, the photo of James on the paper doesn't have any cars parked along that road, hardly at all. I can't see any. So I find it very, I'm just actually disheartened completely. But anyhow, so I'm not voting for it, and I will stand by the hearings panel from term previous.
Okay, right, me. Before I begin, please be clear that from this coming out of me, this is not a beat up of the hearings panel who did the work. I believe it is a small modification to make life a lot more bearable in an area where there are a lot of car parks needed. It is a dedicated path, it's not a shared path. Some background information for you, if you're interested. The hearings panel decided to pick up staff option A, which is fine. And I have lots of contact with the residents. One of them, who was here this morning, I didn't hear him, so I don't actually know what he said. The road in question is Arangi Road between Ilam and Brookside. And I was contacted by Graham. He was from one of 3 churches in this area, concerned about the vast majority of car parking was being removed on both sides of the road to accommodate the MCR. I have a photo of that Graham took for me and sent to me with cars parked back to back on both sides of the road on a Sunday outside his church only. Since the KO has just built a new complex, I don't even think it's moved into yet. It's about 34 new units would exit on one exit onto Arangi Road right next to one of the churches. the hearings panel was not aware of this at the time, so they weren't to know. So I took it upon myself to go and door knock every house on the northern side of Rangi Road that was affected, to see if the residents knew what was happening on their street. The 100% were either not aware of a cycle going there, but the ones that were said they prefer to have it on the MCR put on their 4 metre wide grass berm outside their houses. Christchurch City Council does do MCRs on berms, and I had another photo which I can't show you, but it's Picton Ave, and it's a separated MCR on Picton Ave with a footpath with about a metre of grass in between it, footpath separated for the people working. The staff have responded by providing 4 or 5 extra car parks by one of the churches, but this is still nowhere near enough. The suggestion of this notice of motion is to change or get paperwork done for change the option from A to B, which was supported by the churches at the time. But as we've just heard, for your information, there will need to be about 6 silver birch trees removed at the Jelly Park end. The Brookside Terrace end has no trees on it, so it's actually going to be better off with planted natives in there. This can only benefit the area. Silver birch trees is a curse for a lot of breathing difficulties to some people. It will also be cheaper to build, and I know this, and enable the CCC to build more of this MCR before having to come to us to maybe look for funding on a possible cost blowout. Please be clear, this is not to stop construction of the MCR, just to put it in a little bit different place to make affected neighbours happy. Thank you. Your turn, Councillor Barber.
A lot of it's already been said. I used to bike down these roads going to varsity 40 years ago. It's a bit of a gift, really, the widest booms I think I've seen anywhere in the city. It's a great opportunity to use them. I think it's very pragmatic. It's a good solution. I'm glad that a lot of people are happy with this, and I think we're going to be making the right decision.
Okay, so with that, James, sorry, your right reply, sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Look, I was reading the press story on my phone this morning, and my 6-year-old son, who was in bed with us actually, leaned over and he looked at and he asked if that was me in the picture and what the story was about. And I said to him, yes, that it was. And what it was about was that it was about the council maybe putting a cycleway on a road where the people who live there want it beside the footpath. And he made a point to me. He actually made 2 points to me, to be honest. The first one was he said, "Daddy, you look quite fat." Yeah, all right, George.
Very observant child.
Noted. But anyway, he then went on to say, why would they put the cycleway there when the people who live there don't really want it? And I think that really just sums it up in its entirety. You know, think about the street that you live on. You know, I bet you know it pretty well. You know where people speed. You know when it's busy. You know where's the best place to cross. You know where the parking is problematic. You know where it's dangerous. Yeah, and just like you, the people of Aorangi Road know their street pretty well too. So I've spoken to about 40 or 50 residents who live locally here, and not one of them has said that they want option A. They have all said to me that they want option B, but a separate cycleway on the extremely wide berm that retains the on-street parking. 424 submissions were received on this. 16 of those submissions were said to be from people who lived here. 15 of those 16 said they opposed option A and wanted option B. That's 93.75% of the submitters who live on this road. And then 100% of the people who live on this section of road voluntarily signed a petition to say that they want option B. They're not opposed to a cycleway. They just want to have one that is appropriately designed for what will quite literally be on their doorstep. Now, I would strongly urge you to support this notice of motion. It's just about asking staff to look into what the process would be to construct the cycleway that the locals and the people who live on this road actually want. Some of the problematic trees that are currently damaging this infrastructure would have to be replaced with option B, but as per our own council tree policy, for each of those trees felled, they will be replaced by 2 more trees. So by supporting the local community, you'll also be increasing the overall tree canopy cover for the city. Look, you all know what it feels like to sit here and listen to government say that Wellington knows best, and they ignore the local and local democracy. And I just think, right now, today, this is up to us. Do we want to empower the locals? Well, I would say listen to what your mayor's just said. Please listen to the local councillor for the area. Listen to the local community board for the area. And most importantly, please listen to the 100% of the locals who know their road. Empower them and let them have ownership in a cycleway design that works for them.
Rightio. So with that, I'll put the motion.
Can we vote separately on item 3, please?
Sorry, it's all one notice of motion. So what's...
Well, I'm certainly committed to the completion of the Norway Stark. I don't want to vote against that.
Oh, you can abstain. It's quite simple. Well, Katie will write that down somewhere along the line, will you? Yeah, good. Okay. So, all those in favour? Aye. Against? That's
Can we have a
carried.
division then, please?
No. Division. Do a division.
Okay,
It's
division.
your motion.
Yeah.
Okay, division. Sorry, Katie. I know you've got better things to do with your life.
She lives to be here.
I do.
Right, so we will have a division on the notice of motion. So we'll vote on recommendations 1 through 3 in their entirety. If you would like to vote against or for 3 in particular, let me know and I'll have that noted in a minute.
Sorry, I didn't hear what.
So we'll vote on recommendations 1 through 3 in their entirety. Yep, by division. If your vote on number 3 differs from your vote from number 1 and 2, I can note that down so it's recorded in the minutes.
So you say that when you vote?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah. The mayor.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Cotter.
No and yes for 3.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No and yes for 3.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Fields.
No, and yes for 3.
Councillor Donovan.
No and yes to 3.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson's abstention. Yep. Councillor Kuhn. Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor McClellan.
No for listening to the people.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
And Councillor Templeton.
No, but yes for 3.
That's 9-4.
I look forward to seeing on Chris Lynch's Facebook page.
7 against.
That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, and now the last play of the day.
Happy to move.
Councillor, Katie. Councillor McDonald was happy to move the mayor's report.
Nothing.
And
Peters.
Councillor Barber. Does anyone want to know anything about it? Don't all speak at once. Okay, no, that's cool. The one thing there was one thing I'd just like to say, and I had in there about that pump track, and I talked about it earlier this morning. One thing I didn't say, that the people at the North Haven BMX track raised $650,000, got the thing built to a world-class standard, go down there, it's fantastic, and then gave it back to us. And they want to do another one of these in Heathcote, right by the start of where you go into Ferrymead. There's a wee pump track there. They want to build a tiny one there. So that all hats off to them.
Can
Fantastic.
you pass the contact on to us? Because we've got a pump track that we'd like to go at around very close to,
They got it designed by an overseas place.
Cool.
And it's world, people, world class stuff. So
If you could pass on the contact,
absolutely,
that'd be fantastic.
Okay. All right. So we're at the end. No PX. We've done a lap.
Do you need to just receive your report?
Oh yes. Yeah. Against, no, thanks, Kerry. Done. Okay. Here comes the karakia from Kelly.
Tapu, Ara, Kia Turuki Fatakai, Kia Turuki Fatakai,
Homie, Tahi. Thank you very much for your attendance.